Hey everybody, can you hear me? Hello, hello, hey. Oh my gosh. Sorry guys, it feels like it's been a hot minute. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I apologize about Tuesday, guys. Something kind of unexpected came up. Like literally I had to take care of it, and so then by the time I looked at the time, I was like, "Oh no, it's a half hour in. I need to cancel the live." So, yeah, I also chopped my hair off yesterday, so as you can see, it's a little shorter. I'm probably gonna go even shorter, but because this is just me cutting my hair, you can't really see all the little mistakes in there on the camera. So yeah. Ah! Oh my gosh, I missed you guys though. Um, yeah, I'm definitely embracing my queerness right now. That's been on my mind lately, and I'm like, yep, it's just gonna keep getting shorter, guys. All right, I'm updating the list and getting that started. Thank you guys so much for coming back. I hope you guys really liked the pick a card reading I just dropped. For those of you that may or may not have seen it, I just released a new video. So make sure you check it out. It's all about who is lying to you and what about. Let me tell you, one of the piles, I actually cried like twice in the middle of the reading, and I cried after. Because one, it felt very good to say some of the things I needed to say, but it also kind of hurt. Um, because when I realized, I feel really bad for everybody involved in this situation. So yeah, make sure you go check it out. I do have another video scheduled for release for next week too. So you guys are the first to know about it. I want to try getting some more pick a card readings going as I've been coming up with a list of all the content I want to create, all the stuff that I think would be either useful to you guys, as well as just some interesting topics that I feel it gets covered on other YouTube pick a card channels, but I want to try to at least put my personal spin on it. So if you guys didn't see too, I do have a survey that I also posted, so please make sure you check that out on my YouTube channel. So that way you can respond to let me know what kind of topics you guys would like to see. Obviously, I've got a nice list of different things and content, but ultimately you guys are the ones that are watching it. So any particular topic or whatever is fair game. Please post comments in that particular thread as well. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Hey. All right. I am updating the list. Oh, thank you so much, cool girl. Yeah. And then we've got mommy. Pull it up some more. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Hey, Ari. Hello. Hello. Yeah, no, and that's the thing too, is like I realized, because like don't get me wrong, I like having long hair. I'm just not in a position to take care of it. And I felt bad, you know what I mean? Because I used to, due to just everything that's going on, I used to have just more time to take care of it. And I realized I was like, you know what? We're just gonna chop it off. I'm living in Texas, so it gets hot super easy. I just need something that's, a little feisty. Yeah, I'm going with the feist. And here's the thing too, because like I've had hair this short before, but I didn't like how it looked, and I realized because the sides are shaved, it lays a lot better on your head. So if you ever, want to end up chopping your hair off and you have a lot of thick hair like me, you're gonna need to layer it a bit. So yeah. Anyways, though, thank you guys so much for coming back. And for the new people as well, I'm going to start off the live with a 10-minute collective message as per usual, and then I'm going to go ahead and get into the list. Let me read off what I have so far for everybody that's in line. So we've got Playboy first, Miss Intricate, Crystal Gem, Cutie Cat, Cool Girl, Umani, and then Airy. So, yeah, hope you guys enjoy. Whew. Yeah, alright, just taking like a little bit of a deep breath so I can just ground my energy for a little bit. Get this collective message going. Okay. All right. Let's see what's going on with the collective. What is going on with the collective right now? Oh, I feel like a majority of you, not all of you, but some of you guys are like really close to coming to a decision about something. Like you guys are like literally like I just want to like I could breathe and you guys will be on the cusp of whatever you're deciding. Maybe you guys are trying to find a new job, or maybe there's like a secret of some kind. Yeah. Okay, yeah. There just feels like there's something like you're right on the edge of doing. So, like, maybe, for example, you were like, okay, guys, I've been really working on this project that I hadn't told anybody about, but I'm about ready to go ahead and unveil it. Um, yeah, that's kind of the energy I'm picking up on right now. So let's go ahead and get into the cards. Something is backwards, though, in your life. So it's almost like maybe you feel like you've been moving backwards when really you're moving forwards or towards something. You just kind of had to like do a roundabout in your path to get back to like your truth in some kind of way. Or maybe like, for example, maybe you had a job loss or a big financial loss, or maybe due to like the economy right now, you're like, oh my gosh, I was set back ages. How the heck am I supposed to recover? Your spirit guide team's kind of saying, listen, we were preparing you for greater things in the future because you survived and you handled this situation to the best of your ability. Now it's time that you take the lessons that you learned from the past and you go straight head forward into what you need to do. It's kind of almost giving the example of you tried something, it didn't work out, and due to the lessons that you learned from it not working out, you kind of either learned the value of the dollar, you either learned how to value yourself. Maybe you went through a tumultuous breakup or a relationship that you realized, whoa, I didn't realize how much I was selling myself short. Like some of you guys, I mean, you went through some really crazy breakups, but in order for you to have access to source and to the wealth and to the experiences you need to have an authentic, fulfilling life, you needed those peoples to kind of break away the ego, I guess, or break through a certain kind of resistance. You know what I mean? It's almost like, you know, say you were like the people pleaser and it took enough people breaking you down to suddenly be like, I can't go back. You know, I want to be happy. I want to be myself, and I want to be around people that actually enjoy me. And sometimes you don't really know when it comes to like those hidden resentments that people have for you. Sometimes you just gotta like say your truth and get out there. I love you too much to let this go. Don't go. Yeah, some of you guys are still struggling to let some things go. Specifically, I'm seeing don't go, and I feel like this is like a subconscious fear. So some of you guys, maybe you've been thinking about moving, or maybe projects coming to mind too. There's almost like a don't go into that, don't do that, don't go. Yeah, it's literally like a don't go. It's almost like maybe you guys maybe have a subconscious belief that's maybe you're not even aware of, that's literally telling you don't move in that direction, don't leave that person, don't like you keep like focusing on a certain path that was never meant for you. And it's kind of like it's maybe either societal conditioning or maybe it's fear, intergenerational fear. Maybe your parents were very specific about a pathway that you were supposed to be set out on, and then you kind of came out and were like, hey, that's not me, sorry. And that's where like the I love you comes in, because it's almost like so many people told you I love you, I'm doing this because I love you, and like you're waiting for that I love you, but the I love you didn't come with where that pathway that you were supposed to go, and you weren't even aware of it. And the thing is you got to be the first person to say I love you going down this new path. Maybe, for example, if you're focused on dating right now, maybe you have to love yourself enough to say I'm going to try somebody else, or maybe I'm going to be single for a bit. Maybe I need to really hone in on a business idea or some other aspect of my life. But you got to say the I love you to yourself first, because if you're saying don't go, then you're going to be your biggest hinder, okay? Oh, thank you, Sarah. Thank you. Thanks for stopping by. Pick up the pace. Yeah, so your spirit guide's saying like, all right, it's go time. You're going to start moving. You're going to start seeing changing. I'm seeing like flowing money energy. I'm seeing, yeah, the pace is going to get picked up, right? You're going to be doing something um, and making a lot of minor decisions that are going to end up pushing you towards a better future and better direction. So say for example, maybe you were so used to always being like, all right, well, I'm working on boundaries and people pleasing, and the other day when I was at the bar and my one friend wanted to go do something I didn't want to do, I didn't say anything, right? Well, you're going to start picking up the pace, or you need to start picking up the pace of saying like, hey, I don't want to do this anymore. Let's go over this direction. Or hey, no problem, I'm gonna go and speak my truth over here. And this is gonna be slowly and but surely attracting more abundance your way. And it's gonna start moving faster, because once it gets easy being in your truth, suddenly it's gonna go, oh, that's for me, that's not for me, that's for me, that's not for me. And some of you guys are still in that like transition period with that. Do it, but don't do it that way. Yeah, so some of you guys are still relying on old patterns, or maybe again, I'm almost feeling like, again, if you're trying to like, say for example, you're like kind of a trendsetter, right? Where you're like, all right, I want to start like wearing my authentic style, or maybe you're like trying to show off something that you'd kind of been not doing very often, or whatever. Maybe you're like trying to do something different. Your brain and your body's going like, don't do it that way, don't do it that way. But how much of it is fear, and how much of it is you actually shouldn't be doing it that way? So maybe, for example, you were like, hey, I really wanted to try, yeah, well, say maybe we were trying to do a new different type of hairstyle, right? And you're something going like, man, growing up I thought it would look good, or maybe you judged yourself and said like, oh, I wouldn't look good as a blonde, or something like that. So then you were like, well, maybe I'll step out and try blonde. But then you got frustrated with it because of maybe the maintenance, or maybe there was a bad hair issue. Use the metaphor and take what will. But basically, they're just saying like, hey, maybe you dyed your hair blonde in the past and you did like it, but because you didn't have the right sort of hair product or the right hairstyle, it made that haircut look way different on you. Trying to use that metaphor in your life and apply it wherever, that like sometimes it's about how you were doing something rather than what the actual thing it was you were doing. We've got think rationally. Yeah, so make sure you're being grounded, and integrating that too, especially when you're picking up the pace. So as you're starting to move faster, just because the pace is moving faster for you does not mean that you stop being rational, right? You still go through the same check process to be like, okay, that guy over there that I'm dating, does he meet my financial standard requirements? Does he have the similar family values than me? Okay, great. You're still checking in with yourself. It's just, you'll start encountering more people that will be attracted to you. And if you lose sight of that rationality, then it's going to get harder to see the forest from the trees, right? You got your hair to... Oh, thank you, Dorella. Yes, I did it myself, actually. You only need to please yourself. Yes, and this is so, so important for you guys. Please only yourself right now, okay? Because anything that is not a heck yes, put it over to the side, and then watch how fast it goes. Because as you start really loving yourself, when you're starting to attract that abundance, when you're starting to feel pleasure and feel pleased from the decisions you're making, it gets addictive, right? Like all of a sudden you're like, wait a second, okay, I broke up with, Phil over there. Phil I thought was the love of my life, or what I thought I wanted. So now I have a benchmark to be like, all right, that guy over there, I don't need to please him because Phil over there treated me better, or maybe Phil treated me worse. Okay, so maybe that guy over there can treat me better. As you start developing that skill of being able to say, hey, I feel good when something's good for me, and I don't have to just like push it away, then you start to realize, whoa, I can actually start feeling great every single day. I just need to be more honest with myself, and I need to own it. And like, not just like okay, I'm gonna like project, because like I know from myself, I've experienced this where sometimes you're kind of used to like, okay, I gotta put on like a happy face to get through the day. No. We're saying if you're looking around your life and you have to continually do that, or if you're making minor decisions that are, as you learn to trust yourself, are for your highest good, it just becomes so much easier. Then suddenly it's literally just every single day things are working for you, right? And working towards you, because you are working towards a greater relationship with yourself as you move forward throughout life, right? So as you start setting those boundaries, I mean, who wouldn't want to be happy, right? And also being able to have a relationship with happiness that's more authentic, and it's not just, hey, the world sucks, but I'm gonna like look at the greener side. It's like, no, make better decisions. It's okay to learn. It's okay to grow. you know, like that trial and error is part of it, but like when you're gaslighting yourself that you need to be happy, that's when the decision making starts not working in your favor. Yeah, look at you guys. You know, focus on healing your inner child. Look at how happy and pure and innocent that inner child is. They're on top of the world. Anything that's not making you feel that way, start to question it and be like, all right, well, why is it that way? And I mean, maybe it's easier to make with the smaller decisions, because I know sometimes when you hear that kind of lingo, it's always about like the big picture. I'm supposed to have this big grand scheme. And that's not necessarily the case. It's kind of more like maybe the day-to-day decisions where it's like, well, why did I choose the latte that wasn't my favorite latte today? Was it because you needed to change it up, or was it because you got peer pressured? You know? Have that reflection. Yeah, so this card, like again, these are interactive cards. They're based in psychology, so they don't have explicit interpretations. But this card's kind of telling me you're kind of closing out a cycle of being kind of dead to a lot of things. Or maybe you guys might be dealing with some unspoken grief. Maybe there was some decisions you made in your past that maybe caused you to either choose a different pathway that wasn't good for you, or maybe you're just learning what ignites you, or maybe there was grief in your past that you're still healing from. This is just reassurance from Spirit that you're going to overcome it and get through it. Okay, yeah, so then we also have perpetrator-victim dynamic. So some of you guys, you're afraid of the big, scary bear in the room. You've got anxiety about getting hurt from your past, right? So making sure that you're taking the time to face this energy and understand that you're not supposed to be living life hiding behind a chair. All right, regardless if this is anxiety, if this is a person, if this is a relationship that didn't go right, you know, making sure that you're spending time and energy and coming out from behind the chair is really important, especially for your inner child work. All right, and so the final two cards, we've got the Six of Cups in reverse. So maybe you guys are stuck in nostalgia for the past. You know, again, work on that inner child work so that way the future looks just as great as the past did. Especially if you're one of those 90s babies that were like, oh, everything was great before 9/11. It's like, well, everything can be great now. All right? There were bad things that happened before the 90s and the 80s and all that stuff. There was bad things going on during then too. But we like to look at things in retrospect thinking they were better, but they weren't. Okay? Or maybe they were. But you're responsible for trying to take a better energy into the future, okay? And then we also got the Knight of Swords in reverse. Yeah, so be careful with your mind, and be careful with trying to, like, I don't know, not be so critical of yourself or towards others, you know, because like upright, you know, you see this, I think it's supposed to be a guy, but it kind of looks like a girl, and I'm seeing a girl like, okay, I have my sword about ready to like go into battle and do things, right? And in the reverse, it's kind of telling me to just don't be so critical on yourself. Allow things to flow for you and towards you, so that way you spend more energy in a flow state of being like saying yes and no, rather than I have to like fight and cut my way to get to the right person. Like some of you guys, you're trying to like battle your way through dating. And that's not a good approach, okay? Dating's supposed to be fun. It's supposed to make you feel great. Instead, you guys, because you've been dealing with all this trauma and all of this gross energy, you're like, oh my gosh, I gotta like be prepared to fight somebody, you know, I gotta be protective over my space. And that's the thing, is like, if you're in that defense mode, you can't actually tell if you're really getting along with somebody, right? Because all of your walls are up, because you're like ready to battle. Versus like if you're sitting here like, hey, how's it going? You know, how are you? Right? Then you'll be able to say, oh, maybe I don't like that, because you're not spending so much energy coming down and de-escalating it. So anyways, though, guys, that was the collective message for today. Thank you guys so much. You know, like and subscribe, all that good stuff. We're going to go ahead and get into the readings. I saw there were some new people that came into the chat. All right, so Asara, I'll throw you on the list unless you don't want one. Dorella, you're going to be on the list, and then Queen Bean, I will get you on the list, okay? So just reminding everybody, it's 5 minutes per reading, and they go pretty quickly, and then what I do is I announce I want the first 3 people to post their question in the chat, so that way I can go ahead and get to your reading, so otherwise you'll get skipped and I'll move on to the next people. So make sure you're there to hear your name get called, because I usually do it 3 people in a row. So Playboy, you're up. Please post your question. Then Miss Intricate, please post your question. And then Crystal. Crystal Gem. Please post your questions. And then, like I said, it's going to be Playboy, Miss Intricate, Crystal, Cutie, Cool Girl, Umani, Ari, Asara, Dorella, and Queen Bean. How is Marvin feeling about his snack? What? Okay, you gotta give me a little detail. Like, what do you mean by snack? Did you, like, give him food or something? And do you want his feelings specifically about the snack, or do you want it to be about how he reacted to you? Or what he's feeling towards you? I'm the snack. Oh, okay. I see how it... Listen, I'm a little... About this snack. Oh, okay. I read that wrong. Okay, that's my bad. I'm the snack. Okay, Playboy snacks. Yes, about this snack. Okay, sorry. I'm a little hungry, and not gonna lie, I was sitting there thinking, like, should I eat a cookie right before I start doing the readings? And then I was like, no, you're just gonna think about food the whole time. So I apologize. My stomach got in the way of understanding what you were saying. Yes, you are Playboy snacks. Okay, how's Marvin feeling? Because, listen though, okay, Playboy, you should consider giving him a snack. Nobody, like, you can't go wrong, like, giving somebody food that you like, right? You're like, what snack, right? No, I was like, snacks? Where? Yeah. Oh my gosh, okay. Yes, no. Okay. So you've got the King of Wands. Okay, one sec, I gave him popcorn and spaghetti today. Okay, so you did give him a snack. Okay, so I'm not crazy. I'm not off base. Because I was sitting there going like, this has something to do with food. And I was like, oh, that's so cute. Okay. That makes me feel more valid. Yeah, so we've got the King of Wands. We've got the Ace of Cups in reverse. And then you got the Tower in reverse. So, what I'm picking up on Marvin's energy is he doesn't know how to talk to you about something. So maybe there was something you said the other day where I really feel like he's got his mouth closed. It's almost like, again, with his mouth being full, but it feels almost like, I don't know, like Kleenex in his mouth, or some kind of like a cottony feeling or whatever. But yeah, like when I'm seeing like this reversed Ace of Cups, it's almost like I see the cup is stuck to the person's hand, right? So it's like you've got the dove flying out and the hand is here, but I'm literally seeing him like trying to just like dump his cup out, because I feel like he doesn't trust his own emotions in your situation. Again, I almost feel like maybe he's like trying to get rid of feelings for you, which is a little... Maybe don't read too much into it, but I literally feel him just trying to be like, how do I get this out? You know, it's almost like an emotional turmoil that he's going through. Yeah, with this King of Wands as well, it's almost as though he has to stay in control when he's around you. I definitely feel like he kind of like, he plays it cool when he's with you, so literally like seeing this guy with the wand, he's sitting there just like he's really, really trying hard to impress you and to show up as like, I don't know, it's kind of, he's not showing up very authentic. I feel like he's really trying to put on like a stone face, like you don't affect him. I think he's really trying to play into that cool guy realm. Dude, he called me after work to talk about work. Yeah, because he doesn't know what to talk about. He's sitting there like, feelings, what are those? And to be fair, I'm kind of the same way. Now, I'm an ambitious person and I love to talk about work because work pleasures me. To most people, that is not normal. Hey, Derek, hey, I can go ahead and add you to the list if you'd like. Otherwise, thanks for stopping by. Yeah, but with this Tower card, he's just an emotional disaster, man. Like, I literally, like, this lady who's fallen off the tower, she's covering her face, and he's just like, oh no, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Yeah. Yeah, he's a wreck over you. Well, and it's not even just over you in particular, because I don't want to give you all the power in this dynamic, right? Because I feel like in general, emotionally, he is, like, kind of stunted a little bit. He's having a hard time having access to his feelings. And so, like, I feel like he cries, but beyond that, his emotional intelligence is really not, it's really not there. And I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that you are so controlled around him, or like that's how he's perceiving it. He perceives you as kind of having, like, maybe you have a lot of family, as someone who's really composed, and so he's trying to mirror that back to you so he doesn't look like he's a wreck, but really he's just he's got some emotional growing to do. So I feel like you kind of are triggering him in that way, which is a good thing because that imparts enough knowledge on him so he can, like, start to, like, realize it and start experiencing these things with you. I think also, again, because you're very honest and respect him, he's respecting you back. Nice haircut. Thank you. Ah, appreciate you. Yeah, I literally just cut it yesterday myself. So I have a feeling it's going to go a little shorter, but you know, we're sticking with it for right now. Anyways, Playboy snacks. Go get yourself a snack. Go get yourself that snack. And it's gonna be okay. You guys have a great relationship, so, just throw him a bone once in a while, though, because, like, for a lot of guys, I mean, they're really not taught how to handle emotions, especially big, scary emotions, especially if he really, really likes you. So, like, try to, like, give him some patience, and kind of, like, how do I put it? It's like basically kind of reaffirm, if he's saying something positive, or if he's, like, being a little more vulnerable with you, be very supportive of him, because you don't want to, like, cut him off from that experience, because I notice some women, they get a little impatient when guys struggle with that sort of stuff, and they don't always know because they weren't taught, or they have a harder time. So please don't be the girl that kicks him in his butt in the wrong way, okay? All right, but I trust you. You're very nice. So, but yeah. Anyways, though, thank you so much, Miss Intricate. You are up next. Then it'll be Crystal Gem, then Cutie Cat. Please post your questions in the chat. And Derek, I added you to the list. So, yeah, he called me after work to talk about work. I totally get that. And here's the thing: when you're shy around a girl, work is the easiest thing to talk about because there's no emotions about it. That, and then also, like, you want to show off to them, right? Or it's kind of like a nice little emotional release, because, like, I don't know, there's something just really nice about having a girl listen to you vent about work. Like, you're just sitting there going, like, oh my gosh, she just makes everything feel so much better. And you're sitting there going, like, but I want to, like, talk to you because you're cute. And he's just like, humana. Like, I can't talk to girls. I can't do it. Yeah. Okay, Miss Intricate, you were up next, then Crystal Gem and Cutie Cat. Please post your questions in the chat. Oh, okay, we got a long one for Miss Intricate. I saw JS over the weekend, and he seemed happy to see me, but he still got douchey ways. He called me on Tuesday, but the conversation turned douchey. How's he feeling? Listen, you already know. I told you. This is what happened when I'm not away for a week. I need to remind you. Listen. Listen. As your internet bestie. I will do your reading. But you already know how I feel. Okay? It's all with good love. I'm here because I respect you. I care about you. Yes. Alright, so how is he feeling? He's feeling disrespectful. Okay. Wait, let me make sure I'm not projecting on. Yeah, no, he feels just... Okay, I don't know if you've ever heard about this, but, like, there's, like, a certain kind of jerk guy that they resent you when you take them back because they feel like you don't respect yourself. And I feel like this guy knows that you're, like, struggling for your feelings with him. And I feel like, yeah, he's got some kind of resentment. Let me pull another card because I want to make sure, again, I'm not projecting onto this reading. Yeah, we're sticking with this many cards. We're not getting too many. Yeah, so there's something about, like, you're very innocent and kind of curious, and so with this cat, I feel like he's just kind of like watching to pounce, right? Like, there's something about him where he's very much just observes you, but like he's got skeletons in his closet, right? Like, I'm looking at this scenario and it's like you're trying to crawl down into the cave because you're looking at the treasure, but you're ignoring the skeletons in the room. And he looks like the innocent cat, but it's like, hey, this could be like the case of, like, I don't know if you've ever seen Monty Python and the Holy Grail with the rabbit, and everyone's like, oh, it's such a cute, weird little rabbit, and then the rabbit comes out and, like, kills someone's throat. Like, I feel like this is you walking into this scenario where you're like, oh, it's a cute little rabbit, and everyone's like, oh my gosh. Like, he definitely... Yeah, I mean, like, you're giving him attention, and he's okay with the attention because he thinks that this is going to be an easy way to either get his way on something. Get an outside opinion. Yeah, please make sure too, because, like, I know I'm giving you readings, but make sure you're also talking to your friends and people who know him specifically, because there's something that's not going on there's something that's going on that you're not picking up on. It's a distraction from the truth. Okay, so that's the cards, not me. You're just talking to him to distract you, and I feel like okay. Instead of focusing on you, there's something that he is specifically trying to distract you from. Okay, okay. Make sure, Miss Intricate, if you have not seen my new tarot reading that I posted, after your reading, go watch it. Pick which group belongs to you, because I feel like the reason why he's also saying douchey things to you, he's trying to distract you from something that he's doing to you. Okay, so specifically, I'm seeing him literally, like, he says this stuff to see how you're going to respond, but also because, say, for example, he's, like, doing something shady over here, but from his mouth, he's trying to do this, so he's trying to not get you to look at something. Good evening from London. Oh, thank you! Hello, welcome. Listen to the signals. Pain isn't always a death sentence. Keep moving. Yeah, there's something about needing to keep moving in this situation. So he's trying to distract you from how he's trying to, like, kind of trap you, if that makes any sense. Because what you're saying is, like, if he's being douchey to you, that's not okay. You should be seeing that as a red flag and walking away. Yeah, Ten of Pentacles. I feel like he's hiding money from you as well. I don't know if he's more financially successful than he lets on, but it's kind of like, literally, I'm seeing him, like, playing with his dogs, right? And there's, like, all the family behind him, and so, like, if you were dating him, you'd be back here talking to your friends, oh, everything's okay, whatever. Meanwhile, he's like, I only give a crap about the dogs. Because that's man's best friend. Like, literally, he feels like the type of person that, he acquires the wife or the woman who ignores his red flags. Yeah, he had his uncle pay for my drinks. Yeah, no, it's not because he doesn't have money. He's having other people, like, distract you and all this other chaotic stuff because he needs a woman to either improve his financial status, have a child with, whatever. Basically, he wants somebody that will distract everybody else from what he's actually doing. And as long as you're playing the game and you're giving him access to you, like this guy's really not healthy. The cousin paid for me too, and he got jealous. Yeah, because it's gonna make you aware that he's not good for you. Like, that's what this type of person does, is they don't like when other people treat you right because it makes you aware that he's not doing things. That's what this type of person does. That's why I'm saying get an outside opinion, okay? Because, like I said, I'm an internet person, but literally, if he cares only about his money and his dogs, he's not interested in you. But he needs you so that way you can go take care of the housekeeping. Like, literally, it's like, he's like, all right, the whole family's back here. I don't care about them. I'm only focused on what's for me, because he's very self-centered. And so that's why he relies on the other the family members to take care of you. All the other distractions. Pay attention to how he's distracting you, because that is not by coincidence. You are not going to make progress with someone that's narcissistic like this. And I don't want to use the term narcissist lightly, but that's how you triangulate, right? Because you're just like, oh, we're gonna ignore the red flags. Yeah, and when you ignore red flags, you are saying yes to that behavior. And that, okay, well, it's okay that you treat me this way because I have access to the money and the family. No. No, no, no. Absolutely do not. All right. He's like, yeah, let me pick you up on your work break to get a quickie and I'll buy you Taco Bell. What? See, he doesn't respect you. That's what I'm saying. He thinks he's just going to get his way with you because you keep taking him back. He knows he's being trashy to you. But when you take him back, he believes, okay, well, eventually I'm going to get something from you because you're saying yes. Sorry, girl. But say no. Don't ever speak to him again. Block him. No, no, no. Alright, anyways, though, thank you so much, Miss Intricate, for stopping by. Good luck on your situation, but don't take that stuff. Don't take that ish. Am I crazy or did you cut your hair? Yes, I did cut my hair. Hey, Rosie! I'll go ahead and add you to the list. Okay, Crystal Gem, you are up next. Then it's gonna be Cutie Cat, then Cool Girl. E.T., would you like a reading? Because I saw you on the list. Hey, let's go, let's go. Hey, it's been a minute, let's go. How are you doing? Yeah, he's toxic. Yep, no problem. And here's the thing. We will tell you. Is there a list? There absolutely is, E.T. I can go ahead and add you. I believe you were before Rosie, so. Okay, Crystal Gem, post your question. So basically how it works is I announce the next 3 people, and then you post your question in the chat. I kind of give people some time, and then if you don't post your question, then we bump you to the end. Because I've got a lot of people, and I want to make sure I keep things moving. I would love a general reading, please. Thank you. I'm trying to also see what is your profile picture. I'm like... I don't know why, but it looks like a paper towel roll from here with glasses. Which I know that is definitely probably not what it is. But, okay, E.T., you're on the list. My cat is more expensive than Taco Bell. Right? But yeah, okay, Crystal, Cutie Cat, and Cool Girl, you guys are going to be up. So, Crystal Gem, you want a general reading? Yep. No. Yes. No. Oh yeah, and I'm also, I think I said this last time, but I'm trying to limit my readings to about 4 cards, so that way I don't take forever, because otherwise I kind of ramble. But if you ever want a professional reading from me, make sure you book on my website. Okay. So Crystal Gem, you're being too self-critical. You're being so self-critical. What are you criticizing yourself about? It's a painting of a woman wearing a backless dress. Ooh, that's so pretty. All right, I'll have to look at it when I'm not looking at a tiny screen. But yeah, you're being way too self-critical. What are you being self-critical about, girlfriend? Okay, let's see. Or boyfriend, I don't know what your gender is, but I use girlfriend to be unisex. Because all of you are fabulous ladies on the inside. Especially you, Derek. Everybody deserves to be called a pretty lady. Okay, so you've got the 5 of Pentacles in reverse. Smash that like button, like and subscribe, yeah. We've got the Lovers. Oh, we've got a nudity here. I gotta cover things for the YouTubes. And then we've got the 8 of Swords. Yeah! Oh my gosh, you're so hard on yourself. Literally like this. So the 8 of Swords is all about, you know, basically feeling trapped, but you can't get out of your situation. It's your own mental devices, right? And so I'm seeing, like, specifically with the blindfold, it's almost like okay, so here's what's happening. You're labeling yourself as being too selfish whenever you are being self-centered, and that is a huge red flag for yourself, right? You're basically telling yourself, I'm not good enough, or I'm taking things from other people by having resources for myself. And that is fundamentally not the case, okay? And especially with this blindfold, it's almost like because you do this so often, you're oblivious to red flags in other people. Maybe you do this in the workforce. Maybe you do this with your friendships. There's definitely a pattern in your life of either, it's not necessarily even people-pleasing, I just feel like you like to kind of cover your eyes so you don't look at things objectively. So say for example, maybe there's like a narcissist in a relationship and at work. We'll use work as an example, right? Say for example, there's like a manipulative person at work and you saw someone doing things or talking badly to a coworker. I feel like you'd say something and you'd speak up. But if it was in a personal relationship, you wouldn't say anything at all. You'd be like, well, that's my friend's business. You know, I shouldn't say anything or whatever. But what changed between you being in a workplace and your friend? Don't you care about your friends more? Why are you turning a blind eye to it? Right? And so, again, it's almost like, so immediately I went from the eyes to the mouth, and it's almost like, and you start to stutter, right? There's something about you're not speaking your authenticity, right? You should be speaking your truth regardless of if it's at work, if it's at home, whether it's a special situation, regardless. Like there's a base level of truth that comes out of your mouth that, yeah, we all need to filter once in a while. Like I'm not supposed to be up here cussing all the time. I do, but I'm trying to work on it, right? But in this scenario, there's something about you need to let your inner voice go. Like go and let it out, right? Regardless of if it's good or bad. And I'm saying this like, again, like obviously don't like spill your guts at work, but maybe take some time at home to practice really speaking out loud what you actually feel like. Then you can start practicing with other people. Because right now, like this self-criticalness, the reason why you're being self-critical is because it's all in your head. Somebody put purposely this negative critic so you wouldn't talk about what's going on around you. So that way you couldn't say yes or no to something. Okay? Especially in the workplace, because you get run over at work all the time, right? Because you're not setting appropriate boundaries, and you're also not talking about like, hey, actually, I don't want to work on that project. Actually, I saw this thing yesterday. Maybe for example, you don't like negotiate for a salary or something like that. There's something where like you're not being fully honest in the workplace because you're like, oh, well, it's just work, or oh, you know, it'll blow itself out. It's like, no, you're powerful. You can make change and impact. You're valuable. Your opinions matter. I'm starting a new job this week, but somehow I feel like I'm not ready. Yeah, I don't blame you because you're not saying how you actually feel to yourself. It's okay if like little you comes up and says, hey, I'm nervous. I'm excited about this new job, but I'm kind of scared because I don't know if people are going to like me. I don't know if I'm qualified. What if I screw this up? You're being too self-critical because you're not saying, hey, that's how I'm feeling. You're just telling that version of you just like, oh, I'm an adult. I don't. It's all in there. Just say it to your face. Like sit in the mirror and literally say, hey, I feel super nervous about this job, but I'm going to do my best. Maybe it won't be my best job because this is kind of new and I'm still learning, but everybody starts new at some point. And if somebody's being critical about you for not being great on the first day, like God forbid you start a new job and you don't know everything, right? Don't be that person to yourself. Yet the lovers, you know, making sure that you are focusing on your counterpart and your ability to work with both versions of yourself, you know, utilizing your masculine and your feminine together, working together. And again, you're coming out of a financial situation, so you're a little bit extra jaded. So make sure that you're taking time to really reflect and be like, hey, I got this. And feel it in your body, feel it in your brain, feel it in your soul, okay? Anyways, though, Crystal Gem, that was your reading. I hope you enjoyed it. Best of luck at your new job. I'm sure you're going to do fantastic. And if not, and if people criticize you, then go watch my new tarot reading so that way you can realize what people are actually lying to you about and what they're not. Because y'all that are too self-critical on yourselves, it's because someone else hurt you in the past. And sometimes you need to be able to distinguish, hey, maybe things aren't as bad as I think they are. All right? Sending you a lot of love. Yeah, and share my videos. Oh, thank you so much, Darrell. I love you being a hype person. I appreciate you guys. You guys always make me blush. I'm like, tee. Okay, anyways, we've got Cutie Cat, then Cool Girl, and then Umani, or Umania. Please post your question in the chat. Then we've got Ari, Asara, Dorella, Queen Bean, Derek, E.T., Rosie, and Let's Go. That's right. Oh, and then we got Chris. Chris, hello. Hi there. Recently started a new job as well. Are there any new prospects in it? I'll add you to the list, Chris. It may be a minute. But in the meantime, if you would like to watch a tarot reading, I do have some pick a card career readings as well as the new one that I just released about lies and stuff. So, but for you, I think maybe check out my career pick a card reading, because there might be some answers for you in that. Also nice. Is that a Furby in your profile? Huh. Interesting. Okay. Anyways, anyways, smash that like button. Oh gosh, I'm gonna start sounding like one of those YouTubers. I mean, it's almost like I'm already a YouTuber. Yeah. I don't know. Okay, Cutie Cat, how is Work Guy viewing you? Yeah, enjoy, Chris, and let me know. Give me some feedback too, because some of my older videos I'm a little self-conscious about, because I'm like, oh, the quality's not that good, or like the content. But then again, I've been watching them for myself, honestly, whenever I have issues. So I'm just saying the content that I create, I also cheat and use for myself. So I definitely do that, guys. I you know, sometimes I need to call myself out. And then I know how you feel whenever I go on one of my little tangents. Okay, so for Work Guy, we've got the 10 of Cups, which that's a great sign. You know, I definitely feel he's comfortable. I mean, look at that happy couple. Yeah, I feel like I literally just see you guys just being like, oh, like, do you guys talk about your future a lot? Or just being like, well, like, not like jobs, but kind of maybe the big picture. Or there's some kind of like, you were having a conversation that he thought was really sweet about how you were like, maybe it wasn't a political conversation, but it was kind of like more of like stuff about that, what's going on in the world, or maybe about like your future and things like that. And he's like, oh wow, like I don't know if you have any particular ambition. Like I feel like you're kind of like, oh, it's just open in the air. But like even if you were having a conversation like, oh, I really like to do art, and that would be a great career choice. I feel like there's something about he likes your career aspect, or there's something about like, you know, where he sees you going in the future. I think he really likes that aspect of you. Again, maybe he also finds you very creative as well, so that's like attractive to him. We've got the 5 of Swords. Yeah, so there's something about moving away towards somebody. So almost like, I feel like you're maybe helping him move on from an ex-girlfriend or something from his past. So specifically, like seeing him looking back at this girl, it's almost like he's kind of like, aha, I'm confident, I'm overcoming this now, because like I'm gaining confidence talking to this person, which is really sweet, you know? Yeah, I don't know. For some reason I was looking at the swords and I was like, why isn't this the 7 of Swords? Because maybe someone like lied to him in the past, or maybe there's something about like lies. Because at first I genuinely thought this was the 7 of Swords, which is all about like, you know, deceit and whatnot. And in this case, like, because like there's a person crying in the back, maybe he's kind of just like, ha, you know, she proved me wrong, or I proved them wrong. I can talk to girls. Like maybe he had like a childhood insecurity about not talking to women, and because you're like actually consistently like showing up and talking to him and being nice to him, you know, he's kind of like overcoming that little barrier that he's just like, yeah, actually no, you guys were just full of it, you know, like I wasn't too shy and awkward to talk to somebody. I think we'd had discussed in previous readings too, like he has a lot of like, you know, something went on in his past and he's dealing with depression. So I feel like there's kind of something right now where you guys had a conversation that made him feel confident. We've got the Knight of Wands here. Yeah, so I feel like he's kind of like, ooh, like I definitely feel like, you know, there are some feelings progressing. I definitely feel a little bit more warm in my heart space, and like fire might be significant. I don't know if he's a fire sign. But specifically, like I almost see him on this horse being like, hey, I'm kind of getting a fire under my butt now, you know, like maybe again, some kind of this conversation you had recently kind of inspired him to be like, hey, you know, maybe I am a little bit of a knight in shining armor. Maybe I can actually step into that and be like, hey, you know, this attractive girl's talking to me and she reassured me. Okay, so maybe not a fire sign. But yeah, but there's something about like fire, he's getting a little bit like passion back, you know? And then finally, yeah, so this is Temperance in reverse. So I do feel like he's still out of sorts and feels out of balance. I almost feel like he does put you a little bit on a pedestal, because I feel like when he talks to you, I feel like he's definitely like, oh my gosh, look at her. You know what I mean? He sees this, like this attractive person, this, you know, with the angel wings and all the gold and the light and whatever, and she seems very sophisticated, and there's just me. And he's just like, meh. You know what I mean? He's like, I'm not that good looking, I'm not that whatever. But like talking to you makes him feel that way. Like he's starting to actually believe it, right? You're like, he's just a cool guy. He doesn't think he's a cool guy, but he was like, oh, yeah, sharing that song, you know, being able to have him show himself. Like some people, if he just randomly showed a song he liked to a girl and she just went, ugh, you're being so annoying, or like, oh, I don't like music that's not in English. There are plenty of people that would shut him down. Like that was him showing a piece of himself to you. And so, like, he kind of puts you on a pedestal for that reason, because I do see has, like, a little bit of an imbalance in his self-esteem, where he's trying to, yeah, again, trying to get over somebody, and he's trying to overcome something that made him feel very small. So you're kind of building him back up again. Aww. Yeah, it's so cute. And then, like, also, too, like, whenever I see this card, you know, the way he's looking at her, I feel like he kind of, like, watches you and kind of, like, he looks at you for approval because you're kind of on this pedestal. He kind of like goes like, okay, she liked this. Okay, she liked that kind of joke. Okay, noted. I'm gonna make sure I know for later. Or okay, I noticed that like there's something about like she's always like pushing her hair to the side. So maybe, you know, maybe I could get her like a hair clip. Do girls like hair clips? You know what I mean? Like he's kind of paying attention to small little details that it's kind of funny because they're not things you would think a guy would notice, but he notices. And it's kind of funny because it's like a cute little, like, this is man's translation of how do I help serve you? And it works, but it's in his own man brain. And it's kind of adorable. I always love when dudes do this sort of thing, where they're just kind of like, all right, well, I saw this thing that can help you, and it's not entirely something that bothers you, but I perceive that it bothers you, so I'm gonna do that thing to fix it for you. And then, like, he shows up to work with, like, oh yeah, I got you a hair tie with, like, a skull and crossbones on it, or whatever, and, because we talked about pirates the other day, and you're like, oh, how sweet, thank you, and then you're sitting there going, like, why in the heck did he give me a hair tie? Meanwhile, the whole time he's been, like, watching you for weeks, being like, why won't she pull her hair back? Oh my god. Love your video setup. Thank you, Bree. Yeah, I was gonna say, I moved rooms, so now it's a different layout. I do need to at some point turn the light on so it's not quite so dark, but it's a little misty, mysterious going on here. Anyways, cutie, that was your reading. Thank you so much for stopping by and for coming back as always. You need to tell me when you're gonna ask this guy out, or are you waiting for him to ask you out? Because, like, I like this story. I like this guy's attraction to you. Okay, like I'm shipping it. Okay, like obviously don't pressure it, obviously. But now I think he's at a point where he's starting to cruise a little bit. So okay, so cool girl, you are up next. Please ask your question. Umani, you are up, or Umania. Sorry, I forgot the A. It's Umania. Then Ari, you are up. So y'all, please post your question in the chat. Bree, would you like a reading? Because I can add you to the list. And for those of you that are new, just a reminder, I recently released a new pick a card reading on Tuesday, so make sure you check it out. It's all about who's lying to you and what lies are they telling. And we've got another reading coming next week. It's going to be about money wounds. So it's going to be, what is your money wound and how do you heal it? So that's coming next week. So I'm not gonna announce it unless you're on the live stream. So you guys get the down low. Okay, I added you to the list, Bree. It may be a hot minute. Hey, I'm Chan. Hello. I'll go ahead and add you to the list. There's quite a few people, but I'm gonna try keeping it moving. Okay, so what are MC's feelings? Okay, cool girl. I don't think anything's really changed. That's what I'm kind of picking up on. They feel kind of the same. Hey, Lizette. Hey, hope you're feeling better. Or at least feeling all right. I don't remember quite what happened at your reading. I'm in channel mode right now, but sending you a lot of love, girlfriend. Okay, so what's MC feeling? We've got do what feels right. Yeah, so I feel like he's he's kind of projecting something onto you a little bit, doing what feels right. So I feel like he's kind of just going with the flow. I feel like he looks at your something about like Facebook status, but it's like, but I know he's not on your Facebook, but it's literally like he's like kind of like trying to see if you're single or not. I don't know why, but I keep getting the vibe he's feeling like you're seeing somebody, or he really isn't feeling insecure about that. And I'm like, bro, she comes to me every single reading asking about her feelings for you. Bro, just ask her out. Or like do something, you know? Yeah, we've got keep your mouth shut. Yeah, so he's basically being like, nope, I'm not gonna take this tarot reader's advice. I'm gonna sit here quietly and I'm gonna wait. And depending on different types of men's strategies for attracting women, sometimes this works, you know, because I definitely feel he feels afraid to speak up and out, because especially like he does not want to experience rejection. So right now he's looking for the status so that way he can talk himself out of this relationship, because he's sitting there going like, well, she definitely has somebody else. He's like, I feel it in my gut. She's talking to somebody else. And so I'm just going to keep my mouth shut so that way I don't make a fool of myself, ask her out, and then she has a boyfriend. He's literally projecting all of this onto you. And I'm like, dude, you gotta stop. Like, I don't know, maybe he's like, maybe there's like some red pill content he saw recently. There's something about like he saw something on social media and it just kind of like, he's like, dating sucks. Like there's just like something going on. Hey Froggy, hello. I'll go ahead and add you to the list. Yeah, he's like, dating sucks. And I just know she doesn't see me that way. Yeah, like he's literally convincing himself of this stuff. And I'm like, bro, no. Yeah, we've got the Six of Wands. He doesn't feel like he's going to be victorious with you. And then we've got the Knight of Pentacles. Yeah, so the Knight of Pentacles is a very slow-moving energy. So I feel like for him, I mean, he is building his finances. And I feel like right now, he's just kind of like emotionally just being like, I'm feeling so down about the dating scene. I'm gonna keep coasting. He's focused on his money right now. Yeah, no, he's definitely overthinking. And, yeah, so he's so focused on his money right now because he's like, well, by the time I get the money that she probably wants, like by that point, she's gonna be with somebody else. Like, yeah, no, dude, hey, man. That's not okay. Yeah, like again, like I think like he really definitely got scared by you like having your little glow up, because he's got all this fear and insecurity about you being expensive, you only wanting a guy that makes a bunch of money, like the 6-figure salary, and that's why like that do what feels right. He's just kind of like, well, this is what feels right for me, so I'm gonna like sit back here. And that's not cool. I don't know. Yeah, he's really like self-conscious. I don't like this headspace he's in. Especially like the keep your mouth shut. It's almost like I feel like he's just sort of like, I don't know if she's using me. I don't know. Like it's something about like keep your mouth shut. Like he just won't say how he's actually thinking, because he's like, what is the point? Because I'm just gonna lose, right? So I don't know. Maybe he's really jaded from somebody from the past. Or again, maybe I see this is definitely like a social media influence. Maybe he listens to an influencer, or maybe it was kind of like he wasn't feeling that way, but like I'm seeing it kind of like he's like, maybe he was like looking online for dating advice or something, and then he just got down like a rabbit hole. Or yeah, I'm hearing like don't project. So is that just me projecting? Maybe a little bit. Okay. All right, I'm gonna pull back from that energy a little bit. But basically, the like that do what feels right. I feel like that's like also messages for you. He stopped sending me funny videos. Yeah, because he literally feels like, what's the point? She's not gonna like this. And I'm like, bro, no. Aw. Anyways, the cool girl. Yeah, maybe you should like step up and talk to him, because I think his feelings are, I don't want to say they're valid. I mean, like, obviously, you know, a lot of guys are struggling right now with understanding what women want and all that other stuff. But yeah, maybe just send him some reassurance, or maybe just kind of talk to him a bit, or maybe send him something flirty so you know you're actually like interested in him. But like if he kind of stays in that energy, that's not a good person you want to attract either. You know, like I don't want his feelings and thoughts to kind of cloud your idea of what should be in a relationship. And also, you shouldn't be waiting around for somebody either, you know? Be direct with them about how you feel. Hey Stacy, I just saw your message in the chat. I'll go ahead and add you to the list. There are quite a few people, so it's probably going to be an hour for you until you get your reading. Just being upfront with you. But, yeah, but stick around. And as I said before, I just released a new video. Feel free to check out any of my pick a card readings as well in case you're so inclined. And that might also help you with your question before you get to me. Okay. All right. Anyways, thank you guys so much for also supporting me in the chat. I love you guys. Yeah. Anyways, sorry to hear about that cool girl. Wishing you the best of luck. Okay. Umania. I think it was Busetta. I think that's your last name. Umania, please post your question in the chat. Ari, please post your question in the chat. And then Asara, if you would like a reading, please post your question in the chat. Umania, Ari, and Asara, please post your question in the chat. Because otherwise I'm just going to keep it moving, and then I'm going to focus on the next person in the list. Yeah, I'll wait to be on a list later, but I hope you have a good day. Bye. Okay. See ya, Froggy. I appreciate you. I'm trying to keep it moving, but we'll see. Oh, thank you so much, Dorella. You guys are so sweet. Yeah. The box. Yep. Okay, Umania, Ari, and Asara, please post your question in the chat. After Asara, it will be Dorella, Queen Bean, and Derek. So if you guys are floating around, thank you so much for your support. Awesome. This father mucker. Aw, I appreciate you, Derek. Okay, Ari, awesome. Please post your question in the chat. Yeah. Umania, Busetta, please post your question. And then Asara, if you're still here, I don't know if you maybe just stopped by to say hi, or if you wanted a reading or not. Please post your question. Otherwise, it'll be Dorella next. Which actually, if I'm waiting for y'all to post your question, I'm gonna get a quick snack. I have cookies. I love these Milano cookies. They're my absolute favorite from childhood. Thank you, Ari, for letting me know you're typing. I love having these with like hot chocolate or like tea. Who's ahead of you, Rosie? E.T. So, you rock. We appreciate you. Thank you. Okay, so here's the list. Umania, you are gonna get skipped if you don't post your questions soon. Ari is gonna be next, then Asara will be after Ari. And then it'll be Dorella, Queen Bean, Derek, E.T., Rosie, Lesko, Cress, Bree, M-Chan, Lizette, and then Stacy. Because Froggy got out of the queue. Because it's going to be a list. Yeah, so Rosie, it's going to be a minute. But E.T. is going to be before you. Derek and E.T. Mm-hmm. You're making me want a snack now. Listen though, back when this used to be drunk tarot, I always encouraged everybody to make sure you had a drink or a beer or something along to make the time go by. I think it kind of helps too, because like, I mean, I really appreciate the patience of you guys. Because these are long live streams, and I know it takes a while for a tarot reading to kind of come through, so it really helps. Yeah, sure, let's go. I'll do that. I'm gonna put a star by your name, so that way I know to make sure to read you. Yeah, no, it's okay, Ari. You're fine. You come here all the time, so I know that you're usually trying to balance things. Whom is that of which is the before me? Queen Bean. So Queen Bean will be before you, Derek. 2 a.m. here. Just had peanut butter on toast. Ooh. Listen. Sometimes I stick a spoon in the jar of peanut butter and I eat that stuff straight. So I totally get you, ET. Okay. Ooh. Okay. All right. So Ari. So if I don't end up being in a relationship next month, or if like nothing happens in love to where I'm not single, how can I manifest true love for October? Ooh, preferably around Halloween. Ooh, okay, so you need like a date for a Halloween party? Yeah, girl. All right, let's see. Let's try to find somebody for you for Halloween. So there's always Tinder, but we're not asking me, we're asking the cards. Ooh, what kind of a costume are you gonna wear? I'm either a date or find true love at the party. Okay. I will be straight. I'm not feeling quite so much on the true love aspect, but I do see you going with a date if you choose to. Because I feel like either somebody's gonna ask you out closer to the time, or like you're gonna like kind of like send it out there that you're like, hey, I'm looking for someone to go with, and then someone's gonna be, oh yes, now's my chance. Because I feel like you're kind of like, you kind of intimidate some people. And I think it's also because people see you as someone that you know what you want, so they don't know if it's okay to ask you out, which is good. Right? Because especially it's more so the people that are closer to you rather than like the people that are out, like, so like obviously you've got like the people that are closer to you, which are also more likely to actually want a long-term relationship with you because they've spent time with you. Usually guys, if they like you, you know, they want to get to know you, you know, and trying to like, you know, let time kind of tell, is this someone who wants a real relationship or not? Yeah, I know, but I'm just telling you, this is what I'm feeling. All right, so listen to your inner voice. Yeah, so your intuition is going to guide you towards someone that's better for you, right? So there's something about making sure that you're tapped into your heart space and making sure you're working through any blockages that are going on, because that specifically is what's kind of holding back some of this. So specifically when I said intimidating, right? It's not because they are intimidated by you, right? You are not intimidating. They are intimidated by you. And so because you have all the power, you got to sit back and say, hey, I am open. And then let people come through because they respect you. Like, this isn't just a like, oh my gosh, she's scary because she's too attractive or because she's bossy or blah, blah. No, it's not that. They respect you. And so they know, especially like a man that has like standards, he's not going to go and approach you willy-nilly. He knows that like when you're ready to date, you're going to make it known to people. And I guess that's kind of where some of these people around you, that's what they're waiting for. It's because they're like, I will not mess with you. Like, and I won't lie, I kind of get this energy, like some guys, they're like afraid to be like I have a feeling, so for example, if like the wrong type of guy came up to you and started to do something wrong, they have like this fear that you're gonna like say or do something, and I'm like, no, she wouldn't do that. And it's all their fear and projection, right? That's why you need a specific type of a person that it feels confident walking up to you and approaching you. Yeah, exactly, right? When it comes to your appearance, like, I wouldn't think so. Because, like, I mean, I see your profile picture, I'm like, you look gorgeous. I'm like, and that's why I'm saying, like, you're weeding out men that are not going to step up. So, that's not a bad thing, right? Manifest your dreams, beautiful, right? So focus on your manifestations. And so specifically like that. So you said you're like, all right, I want a hot guy. Okay. I want you at some point, and I mean, maybe you've already done this, but I want you to like take a piece of paper and write a list down of all of the specific qualities, right? And like I said, remember, they are intimidated. You are not intimidating. So regardless of how you dress, how you act, whatever, you call the shots. You have to set those boundaries distinctly so that way you are open enough to receive what you want, but also weeding out the people that are not your way. Because here's the thing too. There could be a guy that comes up to you and has like basically no awareness, and you know, there should be a healthy amount of fear when approaching a woman, right? Especially a high quality woman, because like I know for myself with dating girls, like if I see a girl who I know knows her worth, I will not approach her unless I know I have my ish together. Like I got to make sure my T's and dots are in a line, and anybody who is worthy of you should be doing that, right? Because it should be a matter of they respect you because they don't want to screw this up, right? Yeah, focus on the manifestations, and like I said, get details of who you specifically want to attract. And this is going to sound crazy, but I've done this before, where I literally one time I said, okay, you know what? I'm going to try this whole writing things down to manifest. I literally wrote down, I want someone who's going to be a best friend, who's going to support me doing this, whatever. I don't want like a long-term partner, but I just want like a best friend who can help me do whatever, blah, blah, blah. And basically we have our fun or whatever. And you know what? In about like a month or two, actually no, it was 3 months. 3 months time, I ended up in a relationship with someone who happened to end up being my best buddy at the time, which I was not intending to set that intention to date him, right? But the point is though, is that, you know, if you're able to sit and really get specific, being like, all right, I want, you know, hot guy, maybe he looks a certain way, maybe he has either a certain kind of job, like don't get like hyper specific, but you can't just be like, I just want to date. That does not work for manifesting, I've found out. Just getting that down very specifically. Yeah, you can do physical, but also make sure you get the emotional in there too, because just like whenever you're doing this sort of stuff, you want to make sure that you also put your boundaries in there, right? Because, yeah, I honestly can't be just friends with a guy. Exactly. So make sure that you put that in there. Be like, all right, I want us to have great sexual chemistry. I want him to be loyal. I want him to whatever thing, right? But make sure, like I said, make sure you put the boundaries in there of stuff that you don't want or stuff that he doesn't do, because you could very easily manifest a person like, yeah, he fits all the boxes, and then, oh yeah, he's a serial cheater, right? So make sure you put in all of those things as well. Yeah, and then we've got the King of Pentacles, and we've got the Queen of Swords. So what I'm seeing for October for this party, I'm seeing you with a King of Pentacles type of guy. All right, so that's an earth sign. And so I definitely feel this guy is definitely hyper masculine, or at least he's very, very masculine. So I see him kind of like a little wider built. Definitely not a scrawny guy, but I definitely see him as somebody who, maybe he was like a football player when he was younger. But again, this guy, I feel like he's slow moving, right? So maybe it's not going to be like a whirlwind romance, but I do feel like he has romantic attraction to you. He just moves very, 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 very slow. Okay, so you might not even miss this opportunity if you're looking for something more fast paced. But specifically, I'm seeing, keep an eye out for like, he feels like either a Taurus, a Capricorn, some kind of an earth sign. Okay, so yeah, I feel like that's what's kind of going on. But yeah, be open. Ooh, and I feel like too, so I'm seeing like these grapes, he might also like to drink wine or something like that too. Or maybe I'm seeing something like with a vineyard. So maybe he comes from money, or maybe he kind of like, he likes to take, like, maybe he would like take you to a winery or something. I see him as like, he's a little more sophisticated. So, but he just doesn't talk about it. I definitely feel this guy, either you should manifest, or maybe he's like in your field already. I feel like he's maybe someone you know. He doesn't talk a lot. Yeah, but he's definitely stable, and so he's really financially stable, which I think is also important to you too. I think I can't remember, but make sure you write that down in your manifestation. Maybe dancing up on a tree. Ooh, yeah, getting spicy. Yeah, yeah, no, for sure. He's gonna flirt with you. It's just what I noticed with this particular guy. That's like at least maybe you go to this Halloween party with. He's not gonna talk a lot, so you're gonna have to be patient with him to kind of watch and see how he moves. Yeah. Yeah. And who knows though, because that could also be a sign of energy that maybe something you dealt with in the past as well. Who knows? But I do feel like you will at least go to the party with somebody. Water sign men, I'm going to tell you right now, water sign men are a different, they're a different energy. They're a lot. So, I don't know. Maybe I'm biased. But yeah, they're very emotional. So I can see you with an air sign though. I can definitely see that. Like someone who's really like, I could see you with like a guy who's like a fast talker, like really, really smart. And I can see you guys doing like witty banter back and forth. Yeah. Yeah, like I said though, but I think he's quiet and shy. So yeah. All right. Anyways, though, Ari, thank you so much for stopping by, and wish you the best of luck on your situation. I wanna, what come Halloween time, I wanna see what comes up. Yeah. No, this guy will definitely be a great listener. That's for sure. He just like, I feel like the reason why he doesn't talk a lot is because he also like, he's shy, but he's also very like sophisticated. So he's very much like he's the kind of guy in the room where he like stays in the back and he like watches to see what other people are doing. Because that's also how he makes money too, is he's very observant, and it's more so he just like watches rather than like speaks. So yeah. So it's almost like you do the talking for him. But like when he does speak, it's very like commanding and very like, maybe he has like a loud voice too. No, he'd approach you first. He's very masculine. He just won't, he won't talk your ear off. He won't try to like, it's almost like you anticipate playing games, or like he feel, or okay, wait, let me detangle this. He feels like if he talks too much to you, that's playing games, versus you view it as, oh, he's not interested. When it's like, no, 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 he's interested. He's just like very, very, like, he takes his time because he's very smart, and I think you're gonna like that about him. Yes, he's tall too. Like I said, think of like football player build. You're not gonna anticipate he's like as sophisticated, I guess, or like there's something about him that you're gonna be surprised when you meet him. And you're like, whoa, like, oh, okay. All right. Anyways, moving on to the next person. Thank you so much. Asara, if you're up if you would like a reading. Dorella, please post your question in the chat. And Queen Bean, if you're still around, post your question in the chat. Asara, Dorella, then Queen Bean. But yeah, and here's the thing too. If you like the sound of that guy, throw that in your manifestations. Very specific. Oh, like, what, there's a song I'm hearing too, Ari. It's a funk song. Or, no, it's not funk, but... Never mind. I don't know the name of it. If you heard it, you'd probably know. But, okay, Asara, Dorella, and Queen Bean, please post your question in the chat. Then after Queen Bean, it's going to be Derek, E.T., and Rosie. So, alright, I have a feeling Asara's not here. Alright, Dorella, you're going to be up. Then Queen Bean and Derek, please post your question in the chat. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Okay, Dorella, I'm gonna do your reading. No? Okay. Yeah. You have a general reading? Okay, awesome. We'll do ET. Are you phoning home? Are you asking, or do you want me to ask the aliens? I'm just teasing you. Okay. Alright, Dorella. What are Tony's feelings and intentions towards me? Okay. So... yeah, I feel like a lot of these messages are more for you than about feelings for him, because I feel like you use him to like really distract yourself about some bigger issue. You've got the world in reverse. So that's usually about either bad luck. I have a feeling he's kind of focused on, he's got like some financial distress going on that he's trying to fix in his family situation. Specifically, I'm also looking at the lion too. So maybe there's kind of like, he feels like he's in the lion's den right now, especially in work. And so like when it comes to you, he's really, yeah, I see him being just very distracted by other things and moving towards like other things, because he's like right now really trying to like create peace, because he's kind of in a chaotic headspace. The other cards we got is following my heart leads me to happiness. Don't let your emotions cloud your heart space. Use your heart. And think smaller, right? And I feel like there's something about this think smaller card where he's sort of not... yeah, I'm not feeling that he's that invested right now in a relationship. I really feel like he's sort of... he's got some self-limiting beliefs going on right now. Yeah, I keep like, it's weird because every time I sit in his energy, I'm like trying to like read him, he keeps moving around, or he keeps avoiding it. So has he been like avoiding you or something like that? Like I definitely feel like he's not feeling something right now. And I feel like, again, thinking small, like I feel like he kind of feels small right now, and he's trying to like compensate for that. And so right now he's just not in the headspace for a relationship. Yeah. Um yeah, one second. I'm like, dude, it's so hard reading his energy. He like, I literally see him like every time I'm like, hey, you know, what are your feelings towards Dorella? And he's just like, dodging it, dodging it, dodging it. He's like trying to avoid somebody. Or maybe he's like avoiding you, or he's like trying to not like, I feel like he like talks to you, but then he doesn't give you information about what's going on about him, or specifically his feelings as well. So something about like the following my heart leads me to happiness, he doesn't really... you said he's in the lion's den at the office, yes, specifically. But like, for example, the following my heart leads me to happiness, I don't really think he does that. I feel like you had your haircut. Yeah, I did. Hey, Hugo. Yes, I did. I chopped it off myself. But specifically, I really don't think he connects to his heart space very much, Dorella. So that's why, like, this isn't really necessarily your fault. But, like, he doesn't follow his heart that much. Or, like, he doesn't use his heart space to make his decisions. And I think that's why he's kind of, like, unhappy in work. And that's why he also works. Because he's like, well, it's basically... basically his heart is not in it whenever he has conversations. Like he doesn't focus on, like, say for example, like he goes to work, it's a long grueling day, and then he comes home, he watches TV, and then he goes to sleep, and then he rinse and repeat. He says he doesn't mind it, but he does. He does, because he's not doing anything with his life. And I feel like he doesn't connect to his heart space because it hurts, because he doesn't know how to get out of his cycle. He doesn't really know how to be in a relationship. He doesn't know how to do different things because he wasn't really sure of it. He's basically like, well, all I'm supposed to do is work, make money, and go home. That's all I'm supposed to do. So then anything happiness related is kind of pushed off to the side. And so he kind of forgot about it over time. So I really don't feel like this guy is emotionally available to you, Dorilla. I'm just letting you know. Because right now, if he has any feelings, they're already suppressed, so you're not going to know. And I just don't want to see you like... I don't want to see you like projecting something onto him in a situation when he's like really thinking small about himself. What does that mean? Lion's Den at the office? Yeah, let's see, what's him with... I'm trying to see him in... Yeah, I feel like he's just always feeling like he's getting attacked at work. Or there's kind of like... There's like a conflict at work that's going on. Yeah, there's some kind of like, maybe like the bosses are upset, or there's some kind of like, maybe a legal matter. But yeah. Yeah, something with a Lion's Den. Anyways, though, thank you so much for stopping by, Dorella. I appreciate so much how you're supporting my channel. Hugo, what do I do to keep people away from me? There's a lot of things you can do to keep people away from you. And actually, I just saw something on Reddit where this guy dissed another guy where basically he was getting extra garlic sauce on his sandwich, and he wanted extra, and that was basically the reason why this guy basically dissed him and said that's why you can't get girls. So if you want to keep people away from you, eat a lot of garlic and cough on people. That works for me anyway. Yeah, rinse and repeat, Dorella. Yeah, there's just definitely... He's just stuck. He's just stuck. He doesn't know how to connect to his heart. So, and, you know, that's what happens to some guys, you know? They get trapped and because they can't connect to their emotions anymore, and it feels hard to do that when, especially too, if you were taught like the only thing you're good for is going to work and making money, then yeah, you're not going to have great relationships with people. You know, there's so much more to being a guy and being a human being than and to masculinity than just making money, you know? But, you know, the world is what it is. Okay, next up we have Queen Bean, Derek, and then E.T. You guys are gonna be up, so please post your questions in the chat. Yeah, Queen Bean, you are up, then Derek, then E.T. Okay, E.T. Queen Bean and Derek, you're up. Gonna give you guys a second. And then after E.T. is gonna be Rosie and Let's Go. Posted their questions, so I'll get to their reading after Rosie. Then after Let's Go, it's gonna be Chris, Bree, M-Chan, Lizette, and Stacy. Waka waka. Yeah, I don't know if Queen Bean is here, so Derek, go ahead and post your question. Sorry, I'm jamming to invisible music. Oh, Kelsey. Yeah. Kelsey, I'll put you on the list. However, there is a wait. So it's going to be a minute. Thank you for speaking up, though. Okay. Alright, this is, you know my situation, the craziness. Right now I have some heavy stuff going on. I feel like everything has me stuck. Like I can't get out of this rut. Where am I going next, if anywhere at all? Alright, everybody, send some love to Derek right now. That's what we do here, is whenever someone's going through a rough time, we all collectively come in and just send extra love. Okay. Let's see here. So first of all, I'm feeling you've got some blockages in your throat chakra. So specifically, I mean, you may or may not know anything about chakras, but what happens is when you have a blocked throat chakra, you're not able to speak your truth. You're not able to set boundaries. You're not able to set intentions on where you want to go and what you want to do, right? And I feel like right now, because everything's super overwhelming, I don't know if you sometimes feel like you don't have someone to talk to, or you just don't actually tell yourself how you're actually organically feeling, which is very important, because in order to get out of a situation, you have to have an accurate view of how you're feeling and how you're doing and what's going on. And right now it's like you're only listening to like certain voices, but you're not listening to everything that's going on, right? Because the certain voices are the loudest, right? And so addressing those, but then also taking time to listen to everybody else in your brain to say, hey, how are you feeling right now? That is super important right now, because otherwise it's keeping you stuck in that rut, because there's something not resolved with these voices, right? Understandably so, because you have a lot going on and there's a lot of stress. So that's why training your body and your mind to start working together, to start actually like saying, hey, right now, say for example, you're like watching TV and your stomach starts to hurt. Talk to your stomach and be like, hey, what's going on right now? Did I eat something funny? Was there some kind of a stress going on in the day? Like, start doing those check-ins, because as you start doing it, it'll start giving you more and more information about what's going on. Okay, you've accomplished so much. Congratulate yourself. Yeah, so basically your spirit guide team is saying like, hey, now is the time to focus on the positives of things that you have done up until this point. You have accomplished so much. You've gone a long, far way. So give yourself some credit and pat yourself on the back, you know? Like, making sure that you focus on the fact that this is a temporary state. You will come out of it, and understand that it's not like you've never accomplished anything ever, right? This isn't something that is going to be an end-all be-all, but again, focusing on the accomplishments as well is understanding that you can overcome things, right? When you learn to walk, what happened? You fell down 20 times, but eventually you got up and you kept walking. So eventually you're going to find out how to get up and keep walking out of this too, right? Because, you know, bad times will always occur in a person's life. Now, the degree of those bad times will vary, but guess what? If we didn't learn how to get up and keep moving, then we wouldn't be here. Humanity would not have survived a whole bunch of things. And so that's why part of the process of getting to that next step is, again, congratulating yourself, saying, hey, I made it this far. This is an accomplishment. And you can sit there and tell yourself it's not an accomplishment. Yes, it is. Trust me, it definitely is. Because you're also breaking generational cycles, whether you know it or not, by continuing to keep moving forward in this situation. Get a good routine. So this one, I think this will help keep you out of your head, is making sure that you have a daily routine. So maybe, for example, when you get up in the morning, instead of doing the same thing over and over again that's not really supporting of your mental health, and this is hard, especially when you're very depressed, right? But waking up in the morning, maybe you could say like a little morning motivational thing to myself, where you say, hey, I woke up today, I'm alive, and that's enough today. First thing you think of in the morning, right? Or maybe, for example, you know, you get out of bed, you go brush your teeth, and you have a little mantra thing in the morning. Or it could be something simple as literally practicing. You get up and you go make coffee every single day. Then you add something to the routine. then you add something. And here's the thing, routines take a good like 3 months to actually establish. And I'm saying this from my abs workout. It was very difficult and tricky to try getting that. And here's the thing, when you're trying to establish a routine, don't limit yourself. All right, understand and include as part of the creating the routine process that you're going to make mistakes. You go, okay, I made a mistake. I'm going to get up, right? And so creating a routine that keeps you busy and distracted in particular, I think will really help. And specifically creating a routine that doesn't involve something triggering. So for example, for myself, when I was very depressed, right, I used to get really upset about not feeling good enough to go cook a meal. Right? So what I do instead was like, all right, even though I should be doing this as part of my routine, I can't. So instead I'm going to focus on a routine that doesn't trigger me. So, okay, making sure I brush my teeth every day. Great. Or like you do whatever. And then as you start continuing to go through that and you get used to a pattern, then you can start adding the other stuff. But don't add too much because you will upset the balance and it'll do whatever. Work harder. Stop telling yourself to work harder. If that worked, you'd be working harder. You're depressed. Tell this voice to shut up, because when you tell this work harder voice to stop talking and then you start actually listening to yourself, you're going to hate yourself significantly less. I'm going to tell you right now, this voice does not work. It will not work. And in fact, I actually burned myself out and stayed in depression excessively longer because I kept telling myself that you're a failure for not working harder, instead of actually shutting up and listening to the fact that I can't make a racehorse with a broken leg run if it has a broken leg. Treat yourself like you have a broken leg right now. This is not the time to be trying to go at 110%. You're supposed to be going at 50% max right now. And it's okay. Because the more you slow down, you will regain energy back, right? It's kind of like trying to like spam a button when your character doesn't have any energy. It's not going to work. You have to sit and wait till the whole cycle thing comes back. And that's where you're doing is you're trying to force it to be different. Okay, we got, 8 of Pentacles. Right now you're stressed about finances, but again, slow down, focus on healing first before you focus on this. Because like I said, like normally this is the card of hard work, right? Right now you're feeling very stagnant, again, because you're burned out. And burnout can be handled in different ways. And I highly recommend like go find some videos teaching you to work through burnout or trying to learn more about it. So that way your body and mind can kind of reconcile a little bit. Because especially like if your spirit's kind of broken, it's really hard to try to say, all right, I'm going to get up in the morning or whatever. That's why like the routine, it's not focused on productivity, right? A routine is about taking care of yourself, right? Because it's like, all right, we don't want garlic breath. We got to brush our teeth, you know? And like focusing on things that don't have like have like an immediate reward are better. And then you can start focusing on the long-term ones. And then finally you've got the 4 of Wands, which is about celebration, right? And so you got like these 2 ladies sitting there having a good time. Yeah, and I feel like, maybe taking some time to really just focusing on like the good things that can go right now. Focusing on people that are in your life, that are around you, and really spending quality time with them. Maybe just occasionally reach out to people and say, hey, do you want to watch a live stream together? Do you want to go hang out? Let's go get some drinks, go get coffee. Trying to find like ways to make sure you're getting out of your head and reminding yourself that you have people that care about you. Because when you're like the depression level that you're at, your body and your brain needs like proof that people care about you, right? So like when you're looking around and it's like, oh, hey, my cousin has some free time. Let's schedule some time for this weekend, right? Like doing little things like that keeps you motivated and sane, so you're not stuck inside your house all day. And you're not doing things to self-sabotage too, because other people can also witness you, right? Because like I know for myself, my self-harm caused me to always isolate and lie about how I was doing. And when I had friends that obviously didn't see it, so then I continued to self-harm until eventually I undid it. Now, obviously, other people aren't responsible, but if you tell people, hey, like create a boundary with people to say, hey, if I'm not like responding after so many days, please check on me. You can ask things to do things like that. Let's get some popcorn and live stream Mind Over Mania. Yeah, exactly, right? You know, or just like finding, again, like I said, anything in terms of like that helps getting back to normalcy. Do not make it about money or productivity. Those are the two things that will burn you out so quickly and will cause you to spin out. So literally focus a routine on whatever. Like I actually helped in terms of helping me with my workout and stuff like that. Actually getting back into writing because I was like, listen, I'm unemployed right now. I'm having a hard time even getting through the day. So what did I do? I said, all right, if you're not going to be doing things productively in a routine, then we're going to have you do something fun in a routine. So I started to write again. And so then I was like, oh, hey, I'm going to write every single day at the same time. So then when I started making my routine about doing something I enjoyed, I could do a routine easy. And then you include other things. So start with the fun things first to get through the burnout, and then focus on like the more adult things. And like people, like ignore people that judge you about that, because like unless you've been there, they don't understand how hard it is, right? Like I've been there and it's pretty bad, you know? So anyways though, Derek, that was your reading. Appreciate you. If you ever want to chat, you know where to find me. Yeah, listening to Alan Watts speeches every morning. There you go. Perfect. That's great. You know? And then again though, making sure as part of your routine, you doing things that gets you out of your head. That's important as well. Making sure you're actually physically like doing something. Because it kind of teaches your brain to be like, again, I accomplished a task. And you can even do like visual check marks on a box or something, like whatever stimulates your brain that gives you a little dopamine to say, hey, I did something, you know. There's all kinds of ideas on the internet out there, so woohoo. And then also maybe look up some ADHD stuff as well. I can't remember if you have that or whatnot, but I know I've loved the ADHD productivity community just because they've got some really creative ideas to help with productivity. I think they really help for depression. I'm coaching young kiddos for soccer and flag football. There you go. That sounds fun. Perfect. You're doing a great job. Indoor soccer. Hey, that sounds like a lot of fun. Dang, I want to play indoor soccer. All right. Anyways, though, thank you so much. Okay, ET, you're going to be up. You're getting a general reading, then it's going to be Rosie, and then I'm going to do Let's Go. So ET and Rosie. Oh, Pisces Ed. Yes, I'm going to add you to the list. You got this, Derek. All right, ET, you wanted a general reading, so I'm going to go ahead and get started on that. Yes. No. Yes. A general reading for you, ET. You don't come by here often. That's what I'm kind of hearing. This is... At first I was like, is that like in relation to my YouTube channel? I was like, no, it's kind of like, I feel like you're very mysterious to people. Like, I definitely see you as being like, not necessarily a traveler, but you're very emotionally reluctant to share or mysterious, or people don't really know you. And so it's kind of like maybe you moved on from like a group of people, or maybe you moved in a different direction in life. And so then it's like all of a sudden one day you show up at the bar you used to come to every Friday and everyone's like, whoa, it's ET. And then you go on your merry way and they're like, what happened? Why was ET there? And oh yeah, no, that's a good idea, Brie. I do have my Cash App and a donation link in the description of the video. But you're right. I think I need to program a bot that also like repeatedly posts messages in the chat too. Yeah, good point. Thanks for recommending that. But yeah, so the cards you got were, does this feel safe? So I feel like some of this like avoidance towards either like relationships or people. Sorry, I keep leaning and my face is getting in the way of box. But yeah, does this feel safe? I feel like you need to ask yourself this question more, so that way you can actually check to see if you're being avoidant or if you're actually in an unsafe situation. Because I feel like you're a little flighty, because of maybe something that happened in the past. And so because of that, what happened in the past, you don't actually make like deeper connections. Yeah, and so then it says, how does your heart feel? Yeah, you need to check in with your heart space a little bit more because, like, again, I'm seeing like with feelings, because maybe you have some anxiety or maybe that you feel like, with separation and avoidance and whatever, there's something about your heart has a hard time feeling or you have a hard time connecting to it. So, say, for example, you're like, all right, you've been on the run for a long time. So then when you finally decide to sit and date somebody, I'm literally seeing you being like, and everyone's like, what? Speak up. Who are you, E.T.? I couldn't hear you. Hey! That's how it comes across to people. So then you like just dump on people and everyone's like, whoa, okay, you're oversharing. Okay, goodbye, like, whatever. And so like that's kind of happening right now is because like you're a little emotionally dysregulated. This is a solid plan. So I'm seeing that maybe you spent some time figuring out a future. And so like your spirit guide team is just kind of saying like, hey, yes, this is a great strategy. There is something going like for you right now. Just be careful of when it comes to deviating from the plan because you get a little anxious and whatnot. When things don't quite go your way, you kind of spiral a little bit. So they're saying, hey, as long as you've got a plan, you will feel secure and safe, and then things will go according to plan, right? And even if they don't understand that, you will create a plan, even in those scenarios, right? Like that's where like that, what makes you feel safe? You like having stability, you like having knowledge, you like knowing that there's a plan of if something goes wrong. So if, for example, you're like, hey, maybe I went on a date and the guy didn't show up. What is my escape route plan? Or what is my plan to do for the night? Are you going to go home and cry about it? Or are you going to go out and say, hey, you know what? I could sit at the bar and get some drinks. Or I could have a friend on speed dial ready. So you don't sit and mope in the rejection feelings, right? Because things need to keep moving and you like to keep it moving, but you shouldn't be doing it in an avoidant way, right? How do you want to get there? Release fear now. Exactly. How do you want to get there? That's where that solid plan comes in there. Where it's like, okay, maybe I want to be a professional writer. Okay, what's your plan? Do you want to write novels? Do you want to write blog posts? Do you want a job doing that? Or do you just want to write? Figure out what it is you want to do and then create steps. Maybe you need to get an education. Maybe you need to sit and write as many blog posts as you need. Maybe you need to get a job. You know what I mean? Like all those things I just listed, And if you can't figure out how to get there, find someone else who did what you did. Someone you look up to, someone you respect, right? Because I think right now you're kind of in that space where I'm like, okay, who do I want to be like? Where do I go? You person on the internet. I like you. I'm gonna figure out what you did, and then I'm gonna copy it, and then obviously you're not gonna be exactly like other people, but it gives you at least a baseline to figure out what to do and go from there, right? And then finally, rest your soul at this time. I know this is hard. Yeah, I feel like maybe you're going through a transition in your life, and you just need to understand that it's hard. It's hard being yourself in this world. It's hard to be sensitive. It's hard to overcome the things that you've been through. Because I have a feeling, E.T., you saw some things. You wouldn't be flighty for no reason, right? And so understanding that, just acknowledge that it's difficult. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like you're so used to being Superman that you forget you're Superman sometimes. Like, not everybody can come out of the things that you did and do what you're doing today. So when you're getting hard on yourself, be like, hey, same to you, Derek, in case you're still listening. But yeah, just make sure you do that and say like, hey, there's a reason there's only one Superman, right? There's a reason there's only one E.T., okay? Pat yourself on the back and know it's going to be okay, all right? Sending you a lot of love, E.T. That was your reading. Appreciate you. Please like and subscribe if you liked this. Yeah, and welcome to the community. Check out my pick a card readings that I have and for more content. And I do these live streams every Tuesdays and Thursdays. So stop by and hang out with everybody. Okay, Rosie, you are up. Then we're going to do Lesko and then Chris, if you were still there, or Cress. Please poke your head in so that way I know that you're around. Yeah, no problem, E.T. Rosie, I know you were here earlier. Rosie, poke your head into the chat. And then Lesko, I will do your reading, and then Cress. Oh, Cassavel! Hey! Let me go ahead and add you to the list, Cassavel. Oh, it's been a minute. How are you doing? Let's see. Where did Lesko's question go? Hey Rosie, if you're here, please post your head in the chat. Otherwise, I'm gonna move on to Lesko's reading. And then, hey, love is the trend. Hello. Let me go ahead and add you. Is the trend? Yeah, so it'll be Rosie, Lesko, and then Chris. If you're here, please poke your head in the chat. Otherwise, then afterwards, it's gonna be Bree, then M-Chan. Sorry, just got BK. No, you're good. You're good, Rosie. All right. Feel free to post your question. And then I'm gonna do Lesko's reading, and then Chris, if you are here, or Cress, and then Bree. So make sure you stay tuned. Stay tuned for your reading. Is it enough time to shower? Yeah, absolutely. Plenty of time, love is the trend. You've got like about 6 people ahead of you. More like 7. So probably a half hour. I'm hoping Ryan and I will have some consistent adult fun. It's been choppy. Ooh. Ooh, I like all the spicy tea. I like the spicy tea. Okay. So, let me get some information about Ryan for Rosie. Ooh, he's so spicy. Oh my gosh. Girl. This man. Okay, Cassavel. Hey, Cassavel, in that case, post your question, and then I'll come back and read you. Someone else is doing that as well, but in case you do miss it, I can put a placeholder on your reading so I can do it. Maybe when you're not around, if you're not able to watch it. Oh yeah, well, because he's addicted to you, Rosie. I'm sorry. I'm like sitting here just like, whew, you guys are spicy. Or he's a very spicy individual, let me tell you. Ooh. Speaking of spice. Oh! What is going on with this man, girl? Oh, I believe him thinking about you. What the heck is this reading? Oh my gosh, does he have anger issues? Sorry, I gotta change my screen real fast. Right now we've got the bull with the anger and whatnot. Man, he's very stubborn, and I feel like he's kind of like, is he into like rough things? Like, I definitely feel he's also like, I don't know, he's got something to do with anger that he's dealing with right now. We've got the tower in reverse. So I just want to let you know, you're being divinely protected from something or a situation. Like, I have a feeling he's like recovering from somebody or something. Again, I'm seeing like the building's on fire, so literally he might be going through a tower moment. Yeah, you just want to watch out from this one. UFC fight. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, holy cow. Like, and I feel like you also want to be careful with sexual encounters with him, because he does use sex to take out his frustration of his financial situation, because I feel like finances is playing a huge role in him being flaky with you, because he's like, like, I feel like he doesn't want to take things out on you, but at the same time also it's like an angry person's an angry person, and like this stuff you can't hide that. Yeah, we have listened to their advice, it means something. Yeah, maybe there's something about you need to stop going to people that don't hold your best interest in mind in terms of getting information about him. So for example, because this guy's angry, right? I feel like his energy scares a lot of tarot readers, or like people that don't notice like either narcissism or things like that. Like basically, like, you don't want to get readings about this kind of person from somebody who does not stand up for themselves. Because does he want you still? I don't think this is a relationship where it kind of matters. He doesn't really like, so like I'm literally saying is that he's just angry. Like he's not focused on you, so you're not able to receive actual like connection with him. Because he's so, yeah, he's really obsessed with something and this issue that's going on right now. Think bigger. Yeah, I feel like you need to think a little bit bigger in terms of the bigger picture of what's going on with him right now, because the sex ain't worth this stuff. Because if you started to actually get like in a real committed relationship with him, I don't even think feel he's open to a committed relationship, specifically because of whatever this drama is. Yeah, we've got stand up and fight. Yeah, I feel like you're not standing up for yourself in this connection, because I feel like he's sort of like, you guys are in hookup mode, and I feel like if you like stood up for yourself, he'd fight you, and it wouldn't be in a good way. Yeah. Yeah, I'm seeing like think bigger though. Like you need to kind of look at the big picture. Like, do you honestly want to, like, there's some kind of a surprise, and I feel like he's gonna go from, oh, big cuddly bear, oh, I like him, to when this comes out, I don't think you're gonna like this person as much as you think you do. Okay? And I think this person, I feel like he does self-harming behaviors, and that's distracting him from any kind of a connection. Like that's why, like, like this kind of person, the headspace he's at right now, he can't see anybody because he's hurt. You know what I mean? And so, like, do you value yourself enough to walk away and say, hey, I mean, it's one thing if it's just fun, but you should not want a connection or look to invest in somebody long term that isn't emotionally available right now. I think you've got better options. And I think, like, yeah, I think you're just keeping yourself small. I think this connection makes you feel small. And I think that's what he does to women anyway. Like, I really don't see him as somebody, like, I definitely see he likes to keep women in a box, put them on the shelf, and just over there. Yeah, I agree with the sentiment on the Scorpio. Yeah, definitely this one, I just feel like if you tried getting into like a long-term partnership, or not even long-term, I feel like the more you spend time with him, the more you're going to start seeing the cracks in this guy. And like you're a little more feisty, you're a little bit more independent, and this guy will kick that out of you because he will scare the crap out of you. And again, I'm not saying he's abusive, but what I am saying is that this is the type of personality that will scare the crap out of you. Whenever he switches over. And unless, like, again, if you're not used to fighters, if you're not used to seeing that sort of stuff, or military or anything like that, you will not be prepared. It was just physical purposes. Okay, good. Yeah. But, yeah, because, one second. I was just channeling all that. Let me get back to your question to make sure I even answered it, because I was just kind of like, well, I just want to make sure you know. Yeah, well, he's not going to cut you off because you're hooking up and he wants to have access to your body. You know what I mean? That's what it is. So, okay, I'll do one card for John and then I'll move on, okay? One card for John the Scorpio. Okay. Okay. Look at that. It's a mom yelling at their teenage son. Yeah. So basically make sure you watch out for him too, because I have a feeling with John, you don't want to turn into his mother. If you're scolding him, if you're trying to whatever, be careful. Just be careful. All right, thank you so much, Rosie. I'm going to go ahead. I saw a couple people pop into the chat, so I'm going to update the list. Thank you so much for stopping by, you guys. Because I have a reading that I'm going to do for Let's Go. And then we've got Chris, if you're here, pop your head in. Bree, you will be after this reading if Chris doesn't show up. And then M-Chan. Just stopping by, you look great. You look like a different woman every week. Thank you. Yeah, I literally just cut my hair yesterday. So, and it's probably going to go a little bit shorter than this. So, I just didn't get a stylist. I just wanted it gone because it's hot out and I'm just going through some changes. So, not the mommy issues card. I'm just saying, be careful of his mommy issues. Hey, LH, hello. But I hope you move on, Rosie. I'm getting over someone like this. It's been 5 years and he still has not changed. A person like this will zap you and it will take a while to get right. Right. Okay. Let's see where we're at on the list. Okay, Anakit. Yeah, I'll put you on the list, Anakit. Okay, so here's the updated list for y'all. Because we've been having some people coming and going. I'm obsessed with your hair. Oh, thank you. All right, so it's going to be Let's Go. I'm going to do that reading right now. Then it's me, Chris, Bree, M-Chan, Lizette, Stacy, Kelsey, Pisces Ed, Cassavel, Love is the Trend, Anakit, and then, let me make sure I didn't... Did you want a reading, LH? Because I think that's everybody. Because there was a bunch of people that were kind of coming and going. So just Venmo'd you for upcoming reading. They're always the best. Oh, thank you so much. You're going to make me blush, Brie. Yeah, you know, as you guys may or may not know, please donate if you like what you're reading and whatnot. I accept donations. There's links in my description because you can either do Streamlabs or I think I don't know if Cash App is on there. Right now I think it's just Streamlabs, but if you do Cash App, it's $Mind-Over-Mania. So you don't have to add me. I just stopped to say hello. I think I've asked so many readers questions for the past years. I'm burnt out. Hey, no, I appreciate that though, LH. Listen, I just want to have a vibe where we can all hang out and support each other. Because like some of the stuff that comes up in these readings, I'm like, y'all, I want to give you the biggest hugs. I want to support you guys and also remind you of your worth. Because, man, there's just a lot of like red flag stuff out there and I don't know, I just want to talk about it more, you know, because there's a lot of stuff that goes under people's radars and I'm like, hey, you know, there's a lot of relationship stuff that like I know we all want to focus on like the love and light stuff, but if someone's not treating you well, I'm of the firm belief that I'm going to tell you, like, I don't care if it's 5 readings in a row. You know, like I'm going to say, hey, no, you don't, nobody deserves abuse. Nobody deserves getting talked down to. Nobody deserves just waiting around for a relationship that's not going to be fulfilling for you guys. I want to encourage you guys to have those boundaries and to love yourself and, you know, make as many mistakes dating as possible. Just don't tie yourself down to somebody that's going to hurt you long term. You know, it's not worth it. And, you know, if you ever want to change your life, it's okay to make that decision. You can change at any point in time. And there's people out there that support you. You know, sometimes the world doesn't like it when, you know, maybe you need to make that difficult decision. But there's people out there cheering you on, guys. Your chat is uplifting and I appreciate it. Oh, thank you. I appreciate you, LH. All right, anyways, let's go. This is your reading. So how does R view me? Is he thinking about building a relationship with me? I'm going to go ahead and pull 4 cards. Just see what you're feeling. Yeah. What's R feeling? Okay. Okay, this is upright. So, I gotta see what his feelings are. Because I'm sitting here trying to determine if this is like, if he's lukewarm or if he's not connected to his heart space. And it might be both, but I can't tell quite yet. Sometimes I gotta like let the energy move a little bit. So we've got this card here with like the grandmother and the grandparents. So I feel like maybe he experienced a death recently in the family that he may be impacting him. I also feel like too, this could be your connection where maybe he's not directly in your life, but you guys are kind of moving in each other's absence. I feel like this is more so you trying to like figure out, how do I fill the void that this person had in your life? Maybe you're energetically communicating, or you're kind of like fantasizing a bit about him and how like he would fit into your day-to-day life, which I mean, I think as a coping mechanism goes, it's okay to do that to a certain extent, but you don't want to get that to get so completely wrapped up in your life that you're not living and choosing other people potentially. I'm also seeing this card as well. Again, these don't have like descriptions, but they're meant to represent pieces of yourself. And so I'm seeing like this lady with like the ice slowly melting, and she's standing on a hill, and she's very strict. And there's something about like, I feel like you're like, time is running out and I need to like, I don't know, you're like trying to pressure people into a relationship with you, or you're very like picky with your standards in a way that's not actually serving you, if that makes sense. Like, I'm all about having good standards and high standards and whatnot, but there's something about like, there's like a strictness to the tone when you're interacting with them. It's like you're kind of like, okay, I need to tell you to do this, I need to tell you to do that, I need to da 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 da. And it's like, it feels very, if you're not doing this, he's like this. There's one or the two of you in this dynamic. There's very much like, oh, there's the one person that says you need to do da 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 in order for this to be successful, and there's not like an equal give and take. And so like, that's where I feel like maybe there's like kind of pressure on this relationship that's not actual natural developing romantic feelings. I feel like you guys are kind of in a cycle. Now, that's not to say that you don't have romantic feelings, all right? I do see a spark between you two. We've got the Six of Cups here, where there's like a boy and a girl, and there's a lot of nostalgia here. So I feel like maybe you knew each other in the past, or maybe you're like very like connecting to him on stuff that you liked while growing up. And I think that's why it's maybe hard for you to kind of see what's going on. You want to be careful to not see the forest for the trees and all that stuff, because, or you have to see the forest from the trees, because this nostalgia, I think, kind of blinds you a little bit to whatever this back and forth is. It's like, maybe this is what your parents did with the whole like, okay, mom needs to tell dad to do everything, and then eventually dad checks out because he's like, I don't need a woman nagging me about how to do laundry or da 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 da. And so here's the thing, is like, if you are constantly nagging your partner, like, you're putting pressure on the relationship. You need to sit back and ask yourself, why am I putting this much energy into telling a man what to do? He's a grown-ass adult. Like, is this what I want my relationship to look like? So you should never be trying to pressure or force anybody into anything. Now, granted, maybe he has the personality type that he needs the extra support, but if it gets to the point where you're constantly reminding him, and so it means he's not motivated, okay? And you should take a step back and ask yourself, what's causing him to not be motivated? Maybe I should ask him some questions about how he's feeling right now. You know, I think like maybe having some more deeper intimacy building type relationship dynamics would, I think, maybe help this relationship grow, because I do see potential. It's just kind of like, it's like almost like, okay, yeah, we had a spark, and then we turned right into our parents where we just fight all the time. So speaking of fighting, we've got the Five of Wands, which is all about conflict, right? So maybe you guys are like, maybe you could use some conflict, but like the right kind of conflict builds you, and then the wrong kind of conflict puts you guys against each other. So like, for example, if you're nagging each other, yeah, you're not going to like it, but maybe one of the fights you have is like, maybe you say, hey, you know, I told you that you needed to clean the dishes. Why didn't you clean the dishes? And then maybe it does escalate into a fight. But then after the fight, you go, hey, I'm sorry I talked to you that way. Could we actually like talk about this as adults? Like, I feel like you guys just build up resentments against each other instead of actually engaging in conversation. So I think when you guys start to actually learn how to fight with each other, then this nagging is going to go away, and then you're going to actually be present in each other's lives. So it could be also too, maybe he's like checked out in your dynamic as well, specifically because it's kind of like, he's your partner, he doesn't need a mother, and I feel like he doesn't like you treating him that way. Or vice versa, maybe he's treating you like your dad, like he's acting like your dad, and you're kind of sitting there going like, what the heck? Again, I think you guys maybe change up the roles a little bit, so that's why I'm like, you guys do still like each other, but you can also burn this relationship out pretty quickly if you're not setting the right boundaries. Anyways, though, let's go. Thank you so much for stopping by. That was your reading. Thank you for doing a little go ahead. I appreciate it. Okay, Chris, if you're here, please post your question in the chat. Then we have Bree, post your question, and then M-Chan, if you're still here. Post your question in the chat. Then after M-Chan, it's Lizette, Stacy, Kelsey. Then we have Pisces Ed, Cassavel, Love is the Trend, and Aniket. So that's kind of how it's going right now. Oh, we've got the cat meowing. All right, Chris, Bree, and M-Chan, please post your question in the chat. We're switching on to chips. I don't have any more cookies. Alright, Chris, Bree, and M-Chan. Please post your question in the chat. Lizette, Stacy, and Kelsey, you can also pop your head in. Law school or art? Ooh. That's a good question. And why? Hey, Kelsey, hey. Okay. Alright, Chris, I'm assuming you're not here, so Bree is up, then M-Chan and Lizette. If you are here, please post your question in the chat. Yeah. Okay, and so for Bree, you want to do... Alright, we'll do two things. I will do 2 cards for law school and 2 cards for art. One will be describing the situation, and then the why. So let's do 1 card for law school. 1 card for art. Alright. Sorry. I'm gonna do 2 cards for art. Because you donated, I'll give you a couple extra cards. Law school. Art. Law school. Okay, so we're gonna start with law school, Bree. Aww. Okay, yeah, so the first card you got was, it's okay if this is overwhelming. Yeah, so your spirit guide team is saying, like, hey, if you want to go to law school, don't be intimidated. It's okay if this is overwhelming. And that's a good sign. You know what I mean? I feel like that's definitely telling me that if you choose to pursue law school, they want you to like really look at all your options, right? But they're really trying to stress, they're really stressing to me, like, don't limit yourself. Don't limit yourself. Like, if this is what you actually want to do and you're passionate about it, go for it, because the overwhelming part of it is really just all in your head. You know what I mean? And once you kind of get over the flow of being like, all right, what schools do I got to apply to? What are all the requirements? Is this the right path? What am I going to do with it? Like, you're supposed to be overwhelmed if you're going on a grand adventure, right? And so specifically, that's what I kind of feel like is if you take that path, it's an adventure. It's a choice. It's a pathway you can take. And so I'm feeling like there's just a lot of positive energy if you go that route. The other cards you got for like the why you should choose that route, we've got the Knight of Pentacles in reverse. Wow, I'm stuttering. Maybe I feel like there's something about it's gonna help you gain confidence. Like right now, it's kind of like you know what I mean? Like I don't know if I can do this, but then once you get that degree and once you get that credentials, I feel like you're gonna. I don't know. I have a feeling you're gonna act like a smartass, or you're gonna be like, "Ha, guys, I got this. I've got the law degree." Like even if. Like, I'm not saying that you're going to be, like, super sassy or mean or anything, but specifically, you're going to now have that accomplishment on your shoulder, and you're going to be like, listen, I got through law school. I can do anything. Literally anything. So, like, even if you end up not using the degree, which I highly, highly doubt because of, you know, how resourceful you are, so I really don't see you not. But what I'm saying is it will give you such a confidence boost that it will impact your life in a lot of different ways. And I think it'll be very strategic for you career-wise down the road as well, especially if you want to accumulate more wealth. The Hermit in reverse too is I feel like it's going to get you out of your shell. So there's something about the law community or lawyers and things like that. I feel like you're going to get connected to some really great people and some real career game-changing experiences. So, like, again, like the Hermit, it's usually all about, like, self-reflection and going inward and all that other stuff, right? On the reversal, I'm seeing you going out there, and I really feel this is going to give you so much confidence. Maybe even the confidence to pursue other options. Maybe you're going to go, wow, if I can do law school, what else could I do? You know what I mean? Because art's always going to be there, right? But in this scenario, you're kind of like, hey, I'm going to let the light guide me now. Because I've already proven to myself, well, I accomplished this, this, and this. My inner world is saying, hey, I'm driving that way, right? So whatever is guiding you internally, go full force for it. Anyways, though, so that's the reading about law school. Now let's focus on going into art. So this is what's going to happen if you go into art. You're going to be becoming more exclusive, right? So I see you definitely developing a certain kind of branding or a certain kind of like clientele that's really, really going to cause you to upsell. And so there's something about that exclusivity that you're going to be spending your time very differently, and you're going to be much more strategic about it because you're going to be going like, okay, so since I'm selling my art, I have this much time I'm allowing myself to create, this much time visionary. Yeah, I'm seeing like you have like a vision and whatnot. So the more time you devote to it, the more time it takes you away from either friends, your partner, or other different things. So you're going to be like, okay, I am only choosing to spend time with a certain group of people, or only allowing what time allows me, because you're going to get really, really busy. And also, again, part of exclusivity is like, wow, your quality of life is going to go up too. You know, you're not going to just accept anything anymore. We've got be spontaneous. Let your heart guide you there. So this is going to be a fun aspect if you choose to go the art route, is you're allowing yourself to just kind of be there, right? Like allowing yourself to get creative and really like get that spark back. I think your heart is really what's going to ultimately connect you back to this. And that's why like I'm not seeing these kind of being mutually exclusive, but it will just distract you for a little bit. Again, I'm seeing like with the heart space, like by you pursuing a passion or more full-time into art, it's going to help connect you to your heart more. And maybe that's something you've been kind of neglecting right now. And maybe like, for example, it's like, okay, well, I have feelings for people, I have this going on and whatever, but specifically this is going to be like, I'm going in, reaching and pulling out and showing you my heart, you know? And I feel like maybe that's been, maybe you've kind of avoided it in certain contexts, or maybe you were like, okay, like, or like maybe I feel like there was like a playing safe or playing a certain kind of role. So now it's going to be like, nope, let's just go in there and really ignite that. And that's going to be really fun for you. Okay, yeah, so we've got the Ace of Wands, and then we've got the Star card as well. So the Star card knows what you're capable of, right? The Star card is one of the best cards you can get in the tarot because it's all about a really great outcome. One of the best case scenarios. I'm also hearing for some reason divine intervention as well. So maybe if you pursue art, maybe it's going to spark something in you that's going to create something. There's something about you're going to be putting distance between yourself and something from your past, right? And it's like I'm almost seeing you literally being like you're going to be so focused on your art and focused on like that inner healing that there's going to be like if you pursue this full time, there's going to be just a period of your life where everything is just art. It's all creativity. It's all flowing. It's all going to be beautiful. And you're going to be taking a lot of action and it's going to be a lot of work. Okay. So I'm seeing you with this, like the wand. And I'm almost seeing like a club where you're going to be like, all right, listen, I'm going to be shaking my stick at people and saying, you got me, but I'm going to keep going. You got me, but I keep going. Yeah. And I feel like it's really going to be, important that you work hard with this. And it's not like you don't work hard, but this is like more so like it's going to feel really good because you're working for you and not for somebody else. And I think you kind of needed that. Like I feel like you really needed the energy of like I'm putting all this time and energy into me now. It's not going to a company, it's not going to someone else. This is going for me 110%. And I think that really needs to be your priority right now because, as I said, like I'm seeing, ironically, whichever pathway you take, it's going to tie back together somehow. I'm seeing it. Hey, Miss Bay. Nope, you're not late. I was going to say there's still a list. You can hop in. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, I'd say don't worry too much about it, but definitely, you know, be strategic about which choice you desire right now, because I think it's going to get more clear as time goes on what's for you and what's not, but they will come back together at some point in your life. I'm just not so sure when. So anyways, Bree, thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate you, and I hope that was a good reading for you. Yeah, Miss Bay, I will add you. Yeah. Yeah, but I hope you enjoyed it, Bree. And wishing you the best of luck. And, you know, obviously you can chat me up if you have any further questions, because I'd gladly do a reading for you. Okay, so next up it's M-Chan, then Lizette, Stacy, and Kelsey. And then after Kelsey, it's going to be Pisces Ed, Cassavel, Love is the Trend, Anakit, and Miss Bay. All right, so M-Chan, I saw your question, so I'm going to go ahead and move on to you. Okay, so for a bit of context, I'm still in school. I liked D for quite a long time, but I feel like we weren't meant to be. He is a Virgo and I'm an Aquarius, so we stopped talking, and now I'm wondering if we'll ever talk again. Aww. Okay, M-Chan, let's see what's going on with D. Ooh. Yeah, there's a lot, there's very much a spiritual connotation to your connection, for sure. Like, I'm definitely feeling like that's probably why you felt so strong to him. Because I'm like, ooh. And I can't tell if this is you or him, but there's definitely like a longing energy. I don't know if you guys like broke up or whatever, but I feel like there was something to do with like, all right, I'm moving this camera because I keep like leaning, and I'm tired of needing to move my body so that way my face isn't turned by the box. Yeah, I don't know why though, but I feel like there was some kind of a breakup energy here. I don't know why. Maybe you weren't aware of it, but it kind of feels like it. Like something was broken. Yeah, you got 5 cards instead of 4, sorry. Yeah, okay. So specifically, I'm seeing, there's this little boy here, with the golden child. Yeah, I'm hearing golden child. So maybe, I don't know if this was you or him, but somebody was really great maybe, okay, financially, but I was about to say academically. And I see this girl being jealous of the other one. And so I don't know which one is you or D, but I definitely feel like there was someone that was like maybe codependent in the relationship and the other person didn't realize it. Maybe you liked him more than he liked you, or vice versa, and he didn't show it. But there's definitely like an imbalanced energy where, like, I feel like this person. Yeah, I feel like D didn't really appreciate you. Again, I feel like, again, when you're young, you don't always make the best of decisions, but I feel like this person was very distracted. With the Seven of Cups here, this is all the options, right? And like, look at all the cups, right? And I feel like right now D is in his young guy phase of looking at all the options of his future. He's right now, I'm seeing like, yeah, he's really focused on money, and trying to build his wealth and whatnot, trying to find a career that's like a good life path for him. So I don't necessarily know that he's necessarily thinking of you right now. We've got distract yourself for a bit, it'll figure itself out. So this is like your spirit guide team kind of reassuring you that it's like, hey, I know you have feelings for him, but like, I think it's gonna be a while. I personally believe it's gonna be a while. If he does come back, specifically, that's where like the it'll figure itself out. I think you'll know what the connection's meant to be in time. But I think if you're trying to like force something to happen or manifest or whatever, I just feel like he's on his own journey right now. And I don't see, unless there's like some random divine intervention that comes in, I'm not really seeing anything in terms of coming together. We've got, you need to let it go to move forward. Yeah, there's something about your connection that you are stuck on, and that's what's making it hard to move forward with. And it could be, you might want to take this relationship out of context and kind of think about it objectively. Think about who you were at the time. Think about what version of you now is still longing for that connection. And maybe then look at your life and say, hey, what am I missing from my life right now that's causing me to think about that time with that person? Which actually, there's a really great exercise that I highly recommend for helping with limerence and things like that, which I'm going to actually post that at some point and share it, because it's a really great exercise to help with if you're yearning for somebody, how it can help you stop obsessing over somebody, or at least figure out, do you actually care about a person? Is it actually like a spiritual connection or something? Or is it me not dealing with my own wounds? So I can share that exercise at some point. I did share it, I think, in our Discord. So, oh yeah, for those of you that don't know, we do have a Mind Over Mania Discord. So if you're interested in joining, I can absolutely share the link. It's just basically all of us are in there. And I'm going to start posting spiritual content and other things like that. So if you want to join and meet all the other people, yeah, that does exist. And then finally, if it doesn't help, remove it. Yeah, that's another thing too, is because like if you're finding yourself romanticizing the past a little too much, make sure that you try to remove things that remind you of that person, or like, not do tarot readings about him for a while or whatever. But I'm definitely seeing like remove it. That's standing out to me. So it's almost like maybe you're feeling rejected and abandoned by him because he felt like he removed you. Like I said, I feel like this feels like a breakup where maybe you naturally, quote unquote, fell off, but it feels more of like he maybe broke a promise to you, maybe because the connection was the way you perceived it deeper. And so then when he just kind of easily walked away, you were like, what the heck? I feel like I was erased, or I was like removed. And so I think it's important to explore those feelings on your part, because nobody should make you feel that disempowered. And again, there's also the old saying of, well, if he's meant for you, he'll come back. But like right now, in terms of coming back, I don't think it's going to come back like right now, or if not a long time. And I don't want to see you sit there and waste your energy hoping for a connection with somebody that it could just be you feeling limerent for an abandonment wound or something that happened you know, in your childhood and getting rejected. You know, I want to make sure that you're like, you know, guided towards something that's actually going to help you heal, so then you can be open for better relationships in the future. And I get it, it's hard, you know. As someone who struggles with limerence a lot, who I used to spend a lot of my young adult life hurting for years over people that rejected me, when I sat there and I'd be like, I should have just moved on. You know, just want to encourage you that, you know, there's a reason why you're attached to them, but it might not be for the best reason. So anyway, sending you much love, M-Chan. You know, don't worry, you'll get there. You'll get through this. Sending you a lot of love. Okay, Lizette, Stacy, and Kelsey, please poke your head in the chat. And then also Pisces Ed, and Cassavel, if you guys are floating around as well. Because I don't know if Lizette and Stacy are still here. Yeah, no problem, M-Cham. Okay, thank you for being patient, Kelsey. Lizette, Stacy, and Kelsey, please post your question in the chat. Pisces Ed and Cassavel, just let you know we're coming up to you. And then after Cassavel, it'll be Love is the Trend, Aniket, and Miss Bay. Oh, okay, Lizette, awesome. Please post your question. Thank you guys for being patient. I appreciate you. Okay, sorry guys. I needed some sustenance. And also to make you guys hungry. Okay, general reading for Lizette. I feel like you're going through something, Lizette. Okay. As I say, I haven't used this deck all night. Alright, fine. I will do one card. There you go. Yeah, Lizette, I have a feeling you're one of the people that I want to do like a whole big long reading for, and I only got 5 minutes, so I'm like, how do I like dump all of my knowledge about psychology, wellness, and all this other stuff and condense it into 5 minutes? Because there's just so much I feel like I want to talk to you about. Okay. So, first off, here's the card. It's okay if this is overwhelming. Yeah, I feel like you're going through something where you're just like, oh my gosh, I'm so tired of these tarot readings telling me I'm God's strongest soldier and blah, blah, blah. Like, maybe you've been kind of like going through readings and trying to be like, where's the hope? When am I getting out of this? Like, when is the cycle going to end? Or maybe you're just trying to get clarity about certain things or a specific subject because it's just so hard. You know what I mean? Because I feel like you've kind of been through the ringer in the sense where it's like, man, I took 2 steps forward, I went 10 steps back, then all of a sudden Spirit brought me to this moment, and then it brought me over here, and whatever, and you're literally just sitting there like, no astrologist so far has been able to properly understand my life, right? Because it's almost like there's just stuff that happens that it's like, it's not even your fault. And even if you tried predicting it, it wasn't predictable. And so I do feel like you've kind of been jaded, or I feel like your wallet's been jaded too. Maybe you paid money for readings in the past and you just said, hey, I'm going to stick with the free ones. Or maybe you've like lost touch with a financial situation of some kind. Maybe like something went under your nose and under the radar and it was just hard. But yeah, that's why your spirit guide team's saying like, listen, it's okay if this is overwhelming. Because you've got a very specific skill set, a very specific lifestyle, and a very specific story that's not conducive to the general narrative. So like if, for example, you're watching collective readings, you're not always going to get the right result for you because of that. And so then you're going to kind of struggle a little bit, like trying to find answers to some of these things. That's why it's like kind of just letting you know, like, hey, sometimes if that's what the period of your life is going to be like, where there's no answers, all you got to do is push through. We've got speaking a different language and you'll get a better result. Yeah, so there's something about either the way you either talk to other people or the way you talk to yourself. And I feel like you're going to need to start setting some better boundaries with people so that way you can start getting better results out of your relationships. So maybe you should watch my latest tarot reading, the one about the who's lying to you and what are they lying about. I recommend you watching that video, the one I just posted. But specifically, it's almost like you kind of send off subtle little signals with the way that you interact with the world that kind of says, hey, I've been through some things, and so learning how to like work with how you manifest things around you will be very, very specific and important. You know what I mean? So like, for example, in the reason I referenced that reading is because there's at one point, I think I said it, actually no, it wasn't in the reading, it was me talking to somebody. That's what it was. Basically, whenever you say certain words out there, that can be a very specific message and a clear boundary of what's okay and what's not okay, right? So like for me, for example, you know, I publicly say I'm LGBTQ. Not every queer person is out there publicly stating that, but I say that so that way I can very clearly tell people, hey, if you don't like queer people, GTFO. There you go. I was going to say, like, and also it's telling queer people, hey, this is a safe place. This is a place where, you know, you can, you know, interact with me and ask me questions and whatever. And then for all the neutral people, they don't really mind. Okay, great. But like, there's a reason why you say certain things because it determines what you attract. So when you go back and reflect on those things, it will help you determining, you know, who are the people that are for you, you know? So when you start talking more confident, whenever you start like saying, letting go of certain phrases or certain ways, I don't know, there's something about like, I feel like you're just really down on yourself and it really attracts narcissists because they believe you have low self-esteem, or maybe it's just something from your past that like, maybe someone else doesn't view it as, you know, attracting a certain kind of person, but that to that kind of person it does. So just to help clear out some of these crappy people that are swirling around your mind, you know, just letting you know that that's one easy way to protect yourself. I want to marry you. I want you for the rest of my life. Yeah, so maybe there is someone that is going to come into your life that does want to marry you. There's something about this marriage energy that, like, it feels very positive, you know? And I, like, because every time I'm sitting with it, I'm like, well, didn't you have a bad relationship, or didn't this thing happen? And I'm like, well, but, like, someone does want to marry you out there. And I think this is kind of just, like, letting go of this nonsense that you're never going to find it, or you got to set more clear boundaries again and just wait till it happens. You know, we've got the Six of Swords in reverse, so you're moving away towards something, or you're resisting letting go of a past situation. Maybe it was an old marriage, I don't know, or just a past connection that you're still, like, you're refusing to move forward from, and because you're refusing to move forward, it's just going to keep you trapped. Like, I'm literally seeing you stuck because you're still focusing on past unresolved traumas, and there's no progress on it, because you haven't done the deeper inner healing. And then finally, we're going to end with the Magician. Specifically, you know, your manifesting power is really great right now. So, you weren't here for Aries reading, but if you want to manifest either a person specifically or a certain kind of scenario, just go ahead, take a piece of paper and write specifically down the things you want. Make sure you're setting really clear boundaries and allow things to kind of change right now, because a lot of these trials and tribulations are forcing you to look at yourself and say, these things need to change. Because if you had a tight ship, then a lot of this chaos would not be affecting and burdening you as much as possible. So which means you got to go back and say, okay, hey, how do I take this old wound and turn it into something working for me? How do I look at this and adjust this? And so as you start adjusting your life, you're going to move differently, you're going to walk differently, and then it's going to get a lot easier. So I highly recommend, Lizette, if you haven't seen my collective message, go back and watch the collective message for today's live stream, because that definitely was reflected for you and may have some messages for you. Anyways, thank you so much for stopping by again, Lizette. Wishing you the best. Okay, Stacy, Kelsey, and Pisces Ed, you guys are up. Stacy, are you here? Stacy, are you here? Because otherwise I'm going to move on to Kelsey and then Pisces Ed. And then Cassavel, I know you were floating around somewhere back there, so Cassavel, post your question, please. And then Love is the Trend. Yep. Yeah, no, Kelsey, I'm probably going to read you because I haven't seen Stacy. Also, Miss Bay, you were going to be the last person for tonight. Yeah, no problem. Nope, you're okay, Kelsey. Alright, may I know if my roommate D and I will secure an apartment at H Street within our budget? Yes. I have a feeling it's gonna go in your favor, but let me go ahead and check the cards, Kelsey. I got a tattoo retouch, trying to let it breathe. Ooh, there you go. I hope it feels good, or feels okay anyway. I know you got to be careful about protecting that. Okay, fear is dead, and I am on top of the world. Yeah, so I have a feeling you need to let go of fear in terms of this whole moving situation, because I feel like it's kind of causing you to be a little stagnant in other areas of your life. Maybe you get like the jitters and you're kind of sitting there just like, oh my gosh, like, I don't know. I forgot how painful the shading was. Oh, yeah. I feel that. Listen to your inner voice. Yeah, so here's another thing. As part of this process, make sure you're trusting your inner judgment. So say, for example, you're like, okay, I really, 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 really want an apartment in this location. But if your intuition is saying, actually, we can do you better, and we also don't think you should live with that person, then go with your gut. I'm just saying this as someone who, I used to ignore my intuition when it came to like either housing or different situations. And yeah, you can end up in some weird situations if you don't listen, and then you're gonna go, oh wow, I actually kind of picked up on that, but I didn't want to acknowledge it because I was like, nah, intuition and tarot readings, that's for like relationships and whatnot. I can't use that for practical things. No, don't ever get in that mindset. Especially since they're asking for a lot in deposit, but I love the place so much. Yeah. And like, that's like what I'm saying is let go of the fear. Make sure you take a step back and just receive, right? And sometimes what helps with that situation too is, like, again, when it comes to manifesting, none of this stuff is guaranteed. That's why it's super tricky, and that's why everyone gets frustrated where you're like, Christian, why did your tarot reading not come true? Or why did this thing not happen? And a lot of it is you have to be in that aligning phase. You have to make sure you're experiencing it in your body and being open. And so what I always do is I set with the intention of like, I either want this or better. And that is like the best scenario that you can have, right? Because you also don't know what's going on behind the scenes, right? Sometimes we think something's good for us, but we don't know. And that's why the trusting in the divine happens. Get an outside opinion. Yeah, so that's another thing too. Maybe you need to talk to somebody about where this location is and figure out how you can make the money quick in order to get to the deposit. There might be an avenue of somebody who either can help you financially or support you in making a decision. Because I think there's like some factors going on with like the other people you're trying to make this decision with as well. And there's a detail you're missing with people. And then you're doing a great job avoiding this issue. Yeah, so maybe you need to take a time out with this issue, because your stress is getting in the way, and like wait and sit, like, what is actually the issue that's stressing you out? with this whole thing? Is it really because you're not getting a place that you specifically wanted? Or is it because maybe you're not paying attention to the financial restrictions you have? Maybe you're not allowing things to flow according to the way they're meant to. You know what I mean? Like, kind of sit with it, because there is something that, you know, maybe you kind of have like a additional fear in regards to making a determination or deciding what to do in this scenario. Because I do feel like you're kind of like blocked from looking at something about making this actually happen for you. Yeah. I'm trying to feel like if there's anything else. Yeah, and then there's also, like I said, listen to your inner voice, because it maybe if you've been shutting your inner voice off, you haven't been listening to something that may impact and influence the decision you make in your housing. And so you need to let go of some certain issues that's going on in terms of what you need in order to make this happen, or maybe just have housing in general, you know, because maybe, okay, if you have to compromise and find somewhere else, you know, what are the boundaries and traits of what you're looking for, you know? And just remember, it's always going to work out in your favor, but you want to like make sure you get that mentality of that, and that doesn't necessarily mean getting what you want either. So it's about finding that balance, okay? Anyways, thank you so much for stopping by. Okay. I just saw some new people in the chat. Hello, welcome back. I just wrapped up Kelsey's reading. So next it's gonna be Pisces Ed, Cassavel, Love is the Trend, Anakit, Miss Bay. Any of you guys, please post your question in the chat. And then I'm gonna go ahead and update with the new people that came in here. So, hey Jen, hello. Just popping here to say thank you again for the reading, for lasting justice and some love. Oh, thank you so much, Jen. I appreciate that. Oh, I'm so glad you liked your reading, and I'm glad it was helpful for you. Oh, hey Andrea, hello. I'd like to thank everyone for praying for my daughter and me to get approved for housing, because I got approved. Yes! Oh my gosh, yay! Oh, I'm so excited. Yeah, no, I'm so happy for you, Andrea. Yeah. Wow, I was worried about you. I was sitting there thinking about, like, oh my gosh, you know, I know you're gonna be okay, but like I was still worrying when I didn't hear from you. Oh, that's so excited. Oh, that's so exciting. Congratulations. Yeah. Wow. That makes me really happy for you. Yeah, okay, Pisces Ed. Let me go ahead and read your question here. How does my crush H feels or thinks about me? Ooh, you know, you just inspired me. I want to put this on my list. So I've been like making a list of different questions for my pick a card readings for people. And I don't know why, but while watching or looking at your question, I suddenly was like, I need to do a pick a card reading about who is getting tarot readings about you. And I don't know why that came up. So maybe this person is thinking about you and getting readings on you. I don't know. That was a big lift off your shoulders. I can imagine, Andrea. Yeah, wow. Hey, Dark Dragon Gaming, hello. All right, how does H feel towards you, Pisces? No? Different deck? We only want 2 more cards. No. He's a stubborn little guy. Oh my gosh. Man, is H... He's got a little bit of a complex. Okay, I'm sorry. He's sassy. He's like... I see him, he's just like, you can't do a reading about me. But I'm doing a reading about you. Or like, I don't know, there's something about his energy where like when I was trying to pull the cards, I was like, you're being stubborn here. You don't want people to know how you feel. Aw. Which I mean, usually I'm like, I'm not gonna pull energy out of someone's field that is not consenting, because I'm not gonna tell you something that he doesn't want you to know. But like, how does this situation hurt yourself instead of help? Yeah, I feel like, are you hurting yourself with this connection, Pisces? Are you like holding on to the things he says and then like beat yourself up later? Because your spirit guide team's like, hey, stop that. Stop doing that. All right, because it's something about hurt, where I feel like you're like ignoring something he's doing. Okay. Yeah, I feel like he's tricky. All right, meditate and listen to your body. Be still for now. Okay. Remember the goal and let it go. Oh my gosh, my guides and your guides are like, yeah, this guy. Your spirit guide team's like, move on from him. Move on. He ain't ish. He ain't it. Oh my gosh, is that really how we're feeling? Okay, I guess I was the one to give you that tea. But trying to see how he feels. Okay, so like every time I tap into his energy, he's doing this. So I feel like he's very secretive, or so first of all, I see stuff with like his hands, so maybe he's very like kind of physical, but he's very much like, I see him as like he's a trickster type person. He's definitely like kind of underhanded, like he's definitely like dealing the cards out in poker, but he's got one up his sleeve. Like he's definitely somebody that like he knows he's attractive, and I think he knows you're attracted to him. And I feel like he's kind of just like, I feel like he kind of watches you. I feel like he kind of likes seeing if he can mess with you, or he feels sort of like I could see him like going up to be like, hey, Pisces Ed, and he does this little hair flip. He's like, how's it going? And he's like friendly enough, and then you go like, oh my gosh, he's so cute, and all this whatever, and then he's just like, she's into me. And then he walks away. And then he thinks about like, I feel like he like schemes against you. So that's why I like this meditate and listen to your body, and like your spirit guide team's saying like, hey, are you feeling nervous around him and feeling butterflies, or do you feel safe? Because like when you have a crush on somebody, like it's kind of normal to feel a little jittery and whatever. But if you're kind of like noticing that you kind of get that like kind of anxiousness around him, yeah, that is a red flag. You should feel comfortable and safe around people you have crushes on. This guy sets off your nervous system because he likes to mess with you, and you're used to being conditioned to be like, oh, he's just flirting, he's just sassy, he's ha 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 ha. No. He's using you. Okay? Remember the goal, okay? Remember, like, the point of getting, like, so if you have a crush on someone and you eventually want to get into a relationship with them, the goal is to be happy, right? To be in a happy relationship. Are you ignoring red flags that this guy is doing? Like, he's purposely feeding you little tells because he likes your attention and he likes to mess with you because he's a trickster. That's what he does. He goes like, okay. And he's also learning his trickster skill on you. He's doing it on you. He's testing you because that's how he operates, right? And so with this remember the goal, be like, all right, if he actually liked you, does he do anything to make you seem like he's attracted to you and actually going to do anything to you? Like, has he bought you any gifts? Has he asked you to hang out? Has he done any sort of whatever? Again, I'm seeing like with tarot, like maybe you watch a bunch of tarot readings and you're kind of like, oh, and it's feeding into you thinking, oh, this is how he feels. This is how he feels. And I'm like, no. And it's kind of hurting yourself because you're projecting that onto him. So you project that onto him. And then meanwhile, he is watching you, but he's not watching you in a good light. And that's why you got to be careful with collective readings. Because this is the kind of person that would slip right under your radar, because maybe you are very intuitive, but if you don't have a sense of picking up on tricksters, because you haven't learned that lesson yet, then it's going to be a lot harder to distinguish that, and especially in pick-a-card readings where everybody is, and their mother is dealing with the same stuff, right? So that's why individuals are always the way to go. And then finally, let this boy go! Let it go! You'll do so much better without this person. And I'm here to tell you that. Because, like, I know you have feelings, but... That energy's not going anywhere good, I'll tell you that much, Pisces. Sending you a lot of love and wishing you the best. Hey, how many people left on this? Hey, Froggy. Well, we just finished up Pisces Ed, so next up, we've got Cassavel. If you're here, please pop in, post your question. Love is the Trend, and then Aniket. If any of you guys are here, post your question, and then after that, after Aniket, it's going to be Miss Bay, Andrea, and Froggy. If Froggy wants one. Let it go card is sending me. Thank you, beautiful. Aw, appreciate you, Pisces Ed. Listen. Let it go. I'm her. Yeah, Cassavel. I was gonna say, I feel bad. Cassavel's working, so like, if he pops in, I'll do his reading, guys, because he hasn't been here in a long time. But otherwise, I'll do Love is the Trend, and then Aniket and Miss Bay. So if any of you guys are here, please post your question in the chat. Yeah, I was thinking about you, Froggy, the other day. I saw Angel Dust, and I was thinking of you. You did your hair, it suits you well. Thank you. Yeah, I actually chopped it off myself yesterday. It's not very even, but like the way my hair dried and all that stuff, yeah, it's probably gonna go shorter than this. So yeah, enjoy it. It's fun though. It's definitely fun. It's kind of bouncy. You know, I was joking to myself that I kind of look like Natalie Portman in what was it? Leon the Professional, because she has that like short hair and then like you need like the little choker and whatnot. Yeah. Okay, how is Jonathan feeling about me? Love is the Trend. Oh boy. I haven't done a reading for you about Jonathan in a minute. Right? How is Jonathan feeling about you? I wish I could invite you all over to my housewarming dinner because I think of you as family. Oh, thank you so much, Andrea. No, I appreciate you. Yeah, no, I'm just so thankful that you have a house. I'm like, girl, I was concerned. See, Archangel Michael provides. You know, I'm so grateful. Yeah, and I'm glad I could support you too. I appreciate you so much. Okay, how is Jonathan feeling about me? No. Okay. Definitely slow moving energy. For sure. I'll bring some drinks, right? Yeah, I'll bring a cake and maybe some cookies. There we go. Yeah, we'll have a little feast. Yeah, we need to sometime have like, so what I usually tell people is like at the end of my readings or the live streams, I like having snacks and whatnot, and then everyone just sits and eats dinner. We should have like a Mind Over Mania dinner time one time where we just all like bring food and then we just eat dinner together. That'd be so fun. Okay, anyways, so we've got the Knight of Swords in reverse. We have the Ace of Pentacles in reverse. This is telling me like he's definitely like he's like, okay, because at first I was like, am I projecting? And I'm like, no. I just feel like he's like stubbornly rejecting you for some reason. Like, did you say something to him recently? I don't know, like, I feel like he's kind of acting like a jerk towards you. Yeah, so we've got this, like, card here with, like, it's like a creative inspiration card, and I feel like he's using you as a muse for something. Like, he's literally sitting here, like, watching TV, and he's, like, creating something. So I don't know if he's a musician, I don't know if he's, like, into acting, but there's definitely, like, a creative element about him where you're kind of involved. I rejected his booty call offer. Yo, as you should, Sorry, Jonathan. But yeah, I don't. He's being pissy about it. He definitely doesn't like that. Or like, it's almost like like this Ace of Pentacles in reverse. It's like I'm seeing the hand just pulling money away, or him just being like, "You don't want this? Fine. I'm keeping my money to myself." Like, he's so spiteful. Oh my gosh. He's is he a water sign? Yeah, no, he's got an ego. This is funny. There is a need not being met. Yeah, there's something that's going on in your dynamic where people's needs are not getting met, feelings are getting hurt. This is just, what is going on, girl? I've accomplished so much. Congratulate yourself. You wounded his ego, man. Like, I see him literally being like, hey, listen. I literally see it like Ken from the Barbie movie, where he's just like sitting here just like, I can't handle Barbie's rejection, but I'm a man, so I'm gonna congratulate myself and be like, no, you're fine, Ken. You're fine. You got this. You know, it's okay. She didn't reject me. I rejected her by not meeting her needs. Oh, shit. I'm so sorry. This man's, he's so stubborn. Oh my god, he's a character. Man, hey Zara, yeah, I can add you to the list. And then probably after you, Zara, I'm not doing any more readings after you. This is, holy cow, like, the audacity this man has over you. It's kind of cute, but it's kind of like, no, like, is he a Scorpio? This is like, or a Pisces? Oh my gosh. No. Yeah, no, he's super petty about this. And like I said, like, so again, back to that muse, I feel like he's literally like either writing songs about this, or he's just sitting there like, girls just don't understand me. I tried to give her all my love. Libra, okay, close enough. Close enough to Scorpio. I was gonna say, I was sitting there just like, love is the trend, is no longer trending. Love isn't trending in my life. She rejected the D, and now I'm in deep and deceit. Like, literally, he's just like sitting here just like singing this sad old song, and everyone's like, bro. I can't. Oh my gosh, I haven't had that fun doing a reading in a long time. What the heck? Love is no longer trending, people. Love is not the trend. At least not for Jonathan. Oh my gosh. Oh. Yeah, no, I'm literally seeing, it's like Ken from Barbie, where you just sit there and you're like, we love you, but you didn't need to make those decisions, you know? Like, it could be okay if you don't do that. Hi, Christine. Hey, welcome. Glad to see you're a new person. I'll go ahead and add you to the list. All right, I'll extend the list since you're new. Then after you, it's over for tonight. Hey, Cassavel, are you here? All right, I'm gonna move on. But yeah, anyways, Toxic D. Oh my gosh, no, dude. I don't even know what's going on with your love life. Love is a trend. That guy. I know. I feel your pain. I've had feelings for people like this before, and you love them, but you also sometimes ask yourself, what am I doing? I'm just Ken. Alright, hey Anakit, you are here. Or Anakit, if you are here, please post your question. Miss Bay, if you are here, please post your question. And then Andrea, please post your question. It's gonna be Anakit, Miss Bay, Andrea. And then after Andrea, it's Froggy, Zara, and Christine. Is anyone else born in the year of the pig? No. I am born in the year of the dog, though. My brother's a Scorpio. Very nice. Yeah, Scorpios. We're a different breed, man. We're a different breed. Yeah, in terms of like pettiness and rejection. Oh yeah. Yeah. I know myself. I can be pretty petty about someone rejecting me. I relate to this Ken energy because I would be Ken if someone was just like, I'd be like, hello, and then I'd be like, you don't like me? Crush. It like literally it's just like a straight up like anime reaction, just I'm a cat. Anakit, Miss Bay, and Andrea, please post your question in the chat. I'm a Libra born on a Tuesday. There you go. I don't know why, but I kind of read that like Angel's like, I'm a Libra born on a Tuesday. That's a really horrible impression, but I could see like the maybe not Angel Dust, but like kind of like a gangster. Like, you don't mess with a Libra born on a Tuesday, okay? But those Wednesday Libras, they're on some other kind of planet. A whole different astrology system. I can't mess with that. I can't contend with that. What can I say? Okay, Anakit, Miss Bay, and Andrea, please post your question in the chat. I don't know if Etiquette and Miss Bay are here, so Froggy, go ahead and post your question, and Zara, please post your question. You're picturing Angel Dust saying this. Right, you could see it. You could see it. Oh, Miss Bay, you're here. Okay, awesome. Post your question. Thank you so much for being patient. Yes. Yeah, and then for all the new people that have popped in over the last like 15 minutes, you may or may not have seen it, but I just recently posted a new pick a card reading. It's about who's lying to you and what are they lying about. That reading had some tea in it, so please make sure to go check it out, as well as some of my other pick a card readings. And like and subscribe this live. I do these readings every Tuesday and Thursday starting at 7. But yeah, I'm going to be releasing some more pick a card readings. And for those of you that are new to the live or missed earlier, I do have another pick a card reading being released next week, about what is your financial wound or what is your money wound and how do you heal it. So helping everybody with the financial struggles and whatnot. Hugs, not struggles. All right. You forgot your question. Okay. All right. Okay. I'm a Capricorn Wednesday. Nothing special here. Nothing to look at. Nothing to see. Nothing to see here. Yeah, nothing to see here. So let's see. So Miss Bay, Aniket, and then Andrea. Andrea, are you here? Because it'll be Andrea, then Froggy, Miss Bay, Zara, and Christine. Yeah, I was gonna say Andrea was just here, so I'm like, oh, hope she's doing okay. Yeah, sometimes. Okay. Well, I figure she'll be floating around. We don't have that many people left, so I'm not as pressured about the arrangement and the timing. Okay, are my parents' intentions actually just trying to protect me? Also, we are moving, and I'm scared with the results. All right, so let me go ahead and get some cards about what is your parents' intentions. What do you mean by just trying to protect you? Are you like not feeling safe, or are you okay? What are your parents' intentions? I'm scared with the results. Well, going through any sort of like a big life change, like a move, is pretty scary in general, Froggy. So, at the end of the day, you know, all you can do is take care of yourself while you're in that situation and, you know, try to stay grounded and, you know, wish you the best of luck, you know? There's a lot that can happen, and I think, I just feel like you're really overwhelmed, so making sure you're taking time to, like, sit down, breathe, and just kind of, like, you know, think your way through things, you know? Because it's not going to be the end of the world, you know? It may feel like it at the time, but, you know, there's a lot going on here for you. Okay. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say that this is like a negative situation. So we've got this woman here who's holding a baby, and it looks very calm. And because I know this deck, so this deck is based in psychology and inner parts work, there's a lot of different family home life scenario cards that can come out of this. And this one's a pretty positive one, so I do feel like, you know, they do have very nurturing intentions towards you. Maybe you may not always feel like it, but I do see that there's at least like a sense of like, hey, you know, we want to do what's best for you as your parents. I'm also seeing something with like an animal too, like maybe you have pets, but there's something I'm seeing like maybe, you know, spending some time with an animal too to just kind of help get you out of your anxiety and whatnot. Look at your resources. Yeah, so maybe that's something that your parents are doing right now, is they're kind of looking at options, you know, what is the financial situation? What would be the best thing for the move, you know? And so in your case, you know, I'm feeling guided to remind you to be like, hey, remember at the end of the day, you know, if your parents are able to provide for you, you know, if you do have access to the internet, if you do have these different things, those are resources available to you, right? And anything that your parents can't give you or won't get you, you know, you can still, I mean, I don't know what your age range is, but, you know, you are capable of taking care of yourself. And so learning to kind of look at your resources available to you at this time would be useful. Do it, but don't do it that way. Yeah, I feel like you are kind of resisting the way that maybe your parents are acting, or maybe you're kind of like, hey, I think this would be a better option in this situation, or maybe you should be doing this instead. And so just kind of reconciling and understanding that, you know, while you may have those feelings, there's only so much you can do, which kind of sucks because you don't have that much control. But at the end of the day, that doesn't really change their intentions, right? And one of the issues that we have with like our parents, right, is we want to see our parents as immortal. You know, we want to be like, man, you know, and then especially when you reach a certain age where you're like, wow, I am smarter than my parents, or man, this thing happened, or whatever. Regardless of what your situation is, everyone's different. But learning to work with the fact that our parents are human beings, they make mistakes and they're trying to make the best of their situation. And sometimes you have to go along with that until you can either gain your own autonomy or sense out what you can do. So, say, for example, your parents are making a mistake that's not necessarily the best for you right now. Be honest with yourself and try to set boundaries and try to reclaim your power a little bit. And then also look on the bright side, because you do have more resources than you think. So, for example, if you're like afraid with this move, you're going to lose a bunch of friends. Well, you still can keep in contact with them online. You know, there's opportunities to hang out. Maybe you can text them. Maybe you can do whatever. I do feel like even though things are kind of shifting, you're still going to have access to the resources that you need to get through. Like, again, like the internet, I still see you having like maybe a phone, you know, that sort of thing, you know, and I think it'll be okay. It's going to work itself out. But you just have to trust, and then think rationally, right? So I think that's where your mind kind of gets into a tizzy where it's like, I'm not sure if I'm going to have access to this thing. Like there's something like where I feel like you're like worried about either things getting taken away from you or your sense of ability to do things is going to get severely restricted. And I really don't feel like your parents are going to do that to you. But for the sake of you developing that muscle of being independent and taking care of yourself, this think rationally card I think is really important, so that way you can sit there and be like, okay, you know, worst case scenario, you know, we can prepare for that, but at the same time it's like, all right, let's look at what's actually going on in my life right now. What do I really need absolutely right now? So for example, you know, okay, I'm feeling stressed and overwhelmed, I'm not really sure what's going to go on. What do I actually need? All right, we need the ability to have like shampoo, toothbrushes, like a lot of that stuff. I need to have clothes to wear that are clean. I need a reliable way to get to school. You know, like start counting down all those really basic things that you need. And then that will kind of help ease your anxiety a little bit, especially if you're stressing about something not going the way that you want, right? And then because you came up with a plan, it's a lot easier to feel more relaxed because you're actually been like, oh, wait a second. No, I don't have to worry about clothes or wearing dirty clothes to school. Not because, I mean, if you forget, that's one thing, but like, for example, if you like actually have no access to a laundromat, like you have laundry available in your house, or like, for example, maybe, you know, do I need access to food? You know, do I need food stamps or things like that? Like, you know, like there's a lot of lists of things that you can sit there and be like, okay, I can be grateful for this thing. Actually, maybe this thing's not as bad. Or maybe this one thing, maybe it is, and you weren't paying attention to it, you know? Because like things like hygiene are really, really important for your self-esteem, you know? So making sure that you're like taking good care of yourself and like, you know, create a list. And I think it'll help you feel a little bit more safe and secure and steady in your situation. Just using it as I think they were trying to protect you. But I don't think it was so much even protection. I think it was more so this is just them behaving what they know of as a parent. Which one thing, to just be perfectly honest, there's a lot of times when parents say and do things, they just get into parent mode, right? They've been doing it for how many years of your life. However, what happens sometimes, and every adult probably in this chat, or again, every person in your life can probably vouch for the fact that a parent can do something to you that was no big deal to them, but it was a huge deal to you, right? And so understanding that, like I said, they're human beings, I really don't feel that they understood that this, whatever happened, impacted you that way. And if you feel comfortable enough, maybe you could talk to them about it. Now, not every parental relationship or parent-child relationship is okay with that, but if you do feel safe enough to talk to your parents about it and say, hey, you know, when this thing happened, I didn't feel so good when you did it, you know, and it just kind of hurt my feelings. Like, it's okay to say something like that. And then, you know, depending on how they react, I mean, like, you obviously know what is best for your situation. So if you don't feel comfortable or safe, then don't say it. But like, you know, if your parents are receptive, you know, you can, it should be in general okay to say, hey, you know, when this thing happened, it kind of hurt my feelings, you know, and don't go into blaming who's right, who's wrong. But, you know, I think just acknowledging, saying like, hey, this kind of made me feel hurt. They don't respect my boundaries anyway. Yeah, I get that. And I totally understand. But, you know, sometimes it's also you do it for yourself. You know, so if you would feel better standing up for yourself and saying, just literally saying, hey, my feelings were hurt, you don't have to go into XYZ, but sometimes just letting them know that it can make you feel better and standing up for yourself. But again, though, you know your situation best, so use your discretion. So, again, I am not a therapist. I'm just a tarot reader. And, you know, there's only so much you can do if you have parents that don't respect your boundaries. I totally get it. So, been there, done that. All right, thank you so much, Froggy. Okay, Andrea, are you here? Otherwise, Miss Bay, I think I saw your question, so I'm going to do you next. Then it's going to be Zara, then Christine, then I am off for the night. Okay, Miss Bay, will I get a job offer quick when I finish the sales course? Yeah, no problem, Froggy. Hey, Andrea. I'm going to do Miss Bay, but then I'm going to do your reading, okay? Just post your question in the chat, Andrea. Okay, Miss Bay. I'm seeing you're going to be caught between a rock and a hard place. Or maybe you're in that situation now. So I'm seeing like the Two of Swords here. So it's almost like, you know, you're caught between a decision on where you're going. And then you also have the Knight of Pentacles. So the Knight of Pentacles is telling me it's probably a good sign that you'll get a job. Okay, good night, Froggy. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, something with this career. You're gonna have choices, but it's gonna be limited, if that makes any sense. So it's kind of like you're gonna... I'm seeing you're gonna churn through a couple jobs before you find one that's like really stable. We've got fear holds you back. Yeah, so you want to make sure that like when you come out of this course, you're confident. Yeah, you just gotta really hone in and go for it. Alright, so the next card you got was do what you want, screw the consequences, it's alright. And for some reason with that card, I'm feeling like there's kind of like an energy of saying screw the consequences. And I don't know if you're either like resistant towards that energy or you feel like you gotta play it safe. Which the one thing is like if you're going into sales is a whole different ball game, and like depending on like what kind of sales person you're gonna be in, you gotta hustle. You gotta really say, yeah, screw it, let's go all in. It would be because I already have a good job. That would be the rock and a hard place. I wouldn't even accept an offer unless it's extremely good. Yeah, exactly. And so that's why, again, I'm seeing, like, again, that releasing fear. Like, if you sat there and said, I'm going to be fearless right now. If I absolutely had zero fear, what would I go and do today? That's the start. And so that's what you're going to need to do when you show up to these job interviews and things like that. You got to show up with your A game every single time, right? And you have the capacity for it, but I feel like you got to make sure that you are good with your soul for some reason that's coming out. So maybe you kind of are worried about like selling your soul, or you're kind of like, it's weird because it's not like you don't have the confidence, but like you're there's something you're insecure insecure about. Here, I'm gonna pull one card to figure out like what is this insecurity. Okay, yeah, we've got 6 of Pentacles in the reverse. So like looking at this, you know, this is about like you're seeing people, this guy giving poor people money or whatever, and in the reverse, it's almost like I feel like there's like an insecurity about people taking away your success or something, or it's kind of like you're afraid of either looking too desperate, or there's something kind of like it has to do with other people. It's not so much the issue being you, it's almost you're afraid of what other people are going to do to undermine what you're trying to build. You know what I mean? Or something like not having enough. And this is where your spirit guide team's being like, girl, it's you. Duh. You're always going to have enough. Right? And that was super weird because like when I moved my head, I saw like the light flash and I was like, did something just like show up behind me? Yeah, it's literally almost like your spirit guide team saying like, you're being guided by spirits. You know what I mean? Like, what? You're so intuitive. You're so great at what you do. What are you doing? Some past job trauma. Jobs scare me in general. No, I don't blame you. Right? And so that's where like understanding though, kind of similar to Froggy's messages, like learning to be like, listen, I can't control the circumstances outside of me, but what I can do is I can control what's going on in me. So even if the economy is crap, right? There's so many companies out there like, we want you to do your best even though the world is falling apart around you, blah, blah, blah. Like, you're not my mom. I don't owe you that kind of loyalty. Heck no. You know what I mean? And like, you know, there will always be people that will come out okay during an economic downturn, for example. But a majority of us are still going to feel it. Even if you got the best salesperson in the world, you can't do anything if people aren't spending money. Right? And so I feel like that's where you gotta like learn to let go of that fear, because it's almost like you kind of set yourself back because you take it so to heart when you're not quote unquote successful, when it's like, well, but yeah, but like considering all the factors, you were successful in your own field. You know what I mean? And so that's why, like, again, I'm seeing the money moving a little slow at first. And I think that's going to cause you to miss out on an opportunity because you're so, like, you're quick to judge things. And your spirit guide team's being like, hey, more intuition, less fear, and say, fuck the consequences. Because guess what? You got to lose money to make money. Okay? And everybody hates saying that. But when you actually start doing, like, the industry you're in, investing, like, getting into that thing, you gotta take the L's and not take it personally and get used to the L's to make the wins. All right. I wrote though too many times. It's like, let me see what else she said, Miss Bay. Sorry. I know I would do great in this particular industry though. I think I would be happier though and make way more. Yes. You already answered it. All you gotta do is just believe. Believe in it. And believe in you, right? Like you're looking, like this whole reading, you already knew the answer, right? You just wanted the validation. And so when are you going to start working on the inner validation, right? Because you have it, it's there, but it's still like, it's like it needs, there's something a little unsteady. I want, like, listen, Miss Bay, I want you to come back to my next street or my next live stream and be like, Chris, I did it. I am a cold-hearted saleswoman who knows exactly what she deserves. And I'm going to go out there and I'm going to make that bag. I'm going to come back and I'm going to show you what it's like to make it rain. I want to see you literally dripping in confidence. Okay? That's why I'm paying for the course, I believe 100%. Exactly, right? But like, here's the thing. It's just a course. Okay? Don't use that as a crutch. Everything that's good about sales is you, right? And here's the thing. I'm not telling you anything different than you already know. I'm reminding you to put your crown back on, go out there, and make that bag. and have such a confidence in you that no one, you're like, I don't care if I miss out on this sale. I'm making so much money that it doesn't matter. Right? Right? Because you have that. You have that hustle. It's just, it's hard. It's hard when you're starting out at first. But then after a while, you're like, nope. I am Miss Bay. And I'm your Bay. I am Money's Bay. Okay? Alright. Thank you. I already had the skills course. I just want to add the certification. Right? Right? Like I said, you already got it. I'm just hyping you up. Okay, let me hype you up. You're resisting the hype. Alright, I'm just teasing you, Miss Bay. I'm giving you a hard time. Alright. Thank you so much for stopping by. Okay, Andrea, you are up next. Okay. Alright, so any messages from my angels about what's ahead in September, and then what is Juan the Aquarius feeling for me right now? We text and talk all the time. It's always hot and heavy. Ooh, okay, Andrea, which reading do you want? Do you want the one about Juan, or do you want the one about what's coming in September? I mean, technically I can do both, but, like, I just want to make sure I'm getting more of what you want for your reading. Juan? Okay, cool. Alright, what is Juan thinking for me right now? He's a little tricky. I'm sitting here like, I was getting the energy of like, he didn't want to say something to you. There's something about is he kind of like hot and cold? Says we text and we talk all the time and be with each other whenever we can. It's always hot and heavy. Ooh, okay, that's spicy. There's just something like, Oh. Oh, that's so funny. That's so funny. Okay, so you got this card. What turns you on, babe? It's not a prank. Right? So he's definitely interested and straightforward. He's definitely sexual. What are you feeding your soul and mind? Yeah, so I think like what's kind of cute about his energy towards you, Andrea, is I feel like he definitely like he likes the way that you think. Yeah, there's kind of something about like sorry, I'm getting a little chilly here. But there's something about like I feel like since you've obviously told him about your situation and all this other stuff, Chris the Fish, hello. Basically what I feel about this person is it's almost like he's like, how does she stay so positive? You know what I mean? Like, I feel like this person literally like, literally...
Oh, yeah.
Oh, hey. What the heck? Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot about my, my little subscriber thing. Thank you so much. Thanks for the sub, Chris. Aw, I appreciate you for the compliment. Yeah, so it says, what are you feeding your soul mind? Yeah, so it's almost like, as I said, he doesn't know how you stay so positive despite all the things that are going on with you. So that's really, really sweet of him, to kind of be like focusing on that. With this 9 of Wands, so normally upright, this is all about like resilience, right? And literally about almost coming out of a difficult situation. So I feel like, I think he battles a lot like wanting to help you more. But he can't really do that much. He still has all the pictures and videos of us together back then. Aww. Yeah, no, I really see he does genuinely care about you. We've got the Judgment card, and I feel like, you know, like the Judgment card's all about a calling, and I feel like, yeah, I'm seeing like the angel here. I definitely feel like he knows you're like divinely guided, and he's like trying to like, I don't know. I feel like you bring a lot of spiritual awareness to him. I'm his Pocahontas. Aww. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, like, and I'm trying to feel this energy out too, because I feel like he, like, there's something about like him in the pit of his stomach where he's kind of like, I feel like he's like kind of nervous. You know what I mean? Like, it's almost like, not that you're like too good to be true, but I feel like he's kind of like, I feel like he's kind of war-torn too right now. Maybe because of the back and forth with your relationship, but also just I feel like life is also beating him down too. So it's like seeing you going out there and, you know, making things better. I feel like you really brighten his day and like help him like keep moving, you know? Aw, that's so sweet. Do you deep dive for us or only superficial sight? What do you mean, Chris? But yeah, anyways, Andrea, that was your reading. Wish you guys the best in your relationship. It seems really sweet. Aww. Yeah, he definitely likes you. He's got a crush on you. Aww. Okay. Alright, Zara. You were up. So Zara and then Christine. You guys are up. Zara, okay. Yep, could you post your question in the chat? And then Christine, you are up next. And then Chris the Fish, I don't know if you want a reading. What does my coworkers think about me? Yes. Only if you allow, ma'am. Yeah, I can absolutely do one for you. Yes. Yeah, all of these readings are free, but I do appreciate donations if you guys end up enjoying your reading. I have a link in my description, and then my Cash App would be the $ Mind Over Mania, if that's something you like. It's always relaxing to hear the stream. Yeah, aw! Thank you, Dark Dragon. Yeah, I know sometimes, though, I haven't had a wild live stream in a hot minute. Sometimes my lives, there'd just be silliness that would happen that I just can't explain. I mean, usually, so like back when I used to drink, you know, during the live streams, I mean, that obviously resulted in a lot of craziness, but like, I don't know, there'd be some live streams where I was just like, y'all are so funny, I don't even know how to handle y'all. Then sometimes some of the ridiculous situations people would ask for a reading about, and I'd just sit there and it'd be like, I would literally, like, I've been doing this for years, right? And I'd just sit there and I'd be like, am I reading this right? Like, I'd just be sitting there questioning the energy, and then they'd be like, nope, you are seeing exactly what you're seeing. And I'm like, why are people like this? Like, listen, being a tarot reader, especially on the internet, you learn so much about the world, like, and the things that are going on out there. You don't even know, man. You don't even know. Okay, anyways. Like, some of y'all, I'm just sitting here like, oh, I feel so bad. Yeah, it's like half of this is therapy, and then half of this is just... It's a soap opera. It's definitely a soap opera. I'm like, oh my gosh. No wonder y'all need readers, because this is messy. Okay, anyways, Zara, sorry. What do your coworkers think about you? Oh, you're so beautiful. Success isn't sexy without your love. Yeah, people are definitely checking you out, girlfriend. Hey, look at that. Look at that. Man, that's always super hard whenever you've got like the super attractive coworker in the office and like everybody is standing there just like, oh my gosh. But somehow, I mean, as you can tell, I'm very expressive. So you'll always know how I feel on my face. Meanwhile, in a normal 9-to-5 environment, everyone is just like, they can conceal their crushes. They can conceal. Meanwhile, people like me just sit there and we're like, I'm not... Hi, Zara. Hi. I always think that I don't like them to be like friends. Ah, okay, so you're like kind of like, you need to make sure that you keep hands off. Meanwhile, they're all just like, she's so pretty. That's so funny. You're just like, I'm not pretty, Chris. And I'm sitting here just like, the cards beg to differ. Okay, courage is needed. Yeah, so I feel like you intimidate people. Oh, this is so cute. Like, I literally feel like these people do like you. And you're just sitting there like, this is an office environment, ma'am. But thank you for the compliment. Yeah, we got the Emperor in reverse. Yeah, and then we've got the Four of Swords. Yeah, so with the Emperor in reverse, I do feel like there's like, is there a little bit of toxic masculinity in your workplace? Or there's like something about like the guys are a little bit, I don't know, got a certain kind of way towards women. I don't feel like they do it to you so much, but they do it to like the women in general. Because like, again, I feel like the dudes are like, they normally have a way about going about things, but then like, because you're attractive, they're all like, grumble, grumble, grumble. Hi, Zara. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Like, you kind of do that to them. This is so funny. Are you not aware of this? Oh my gosh. No, like... Yeah, looking at this Four of Swords, I'm also seeing, like, maybe... This is so specific. Am I channeling this right? Okay, so it's literally, so like for this, I was immediately thinking, oh, it looks like a church, you know what I mean? Because you got the stained glass and like, you know, a man is like piously praying and he's got his sword and all that other stuff. And I was like, maybe you like upset Christians or some people with like religious backgrounds, but then because, again, you're either attractive or you have a way with words or people just like you, they're kind of like, and I'm going to put all thoughts of Jesus aside and let these things to rest because that girl be fine. Like, that's... like, literally, I'm just, like, seeing these dudes, like, they make exceptions for you. This is so funny. And, like, half of it, too, it's, like... A lot of it, too, is, like, some of them, they don't even know what to do with you. Like, they're not used to interacting with girls. And so... like, I mean, like, there are the guys that do know how to, because, like, they've got sisters and wives, and they don't have this issue, but there's, like, a certain portion of them that work with you that literally they're just like, I don't know if I should write my email this way. Is she gonna, like, they like, kind of overthink around you, because they're kind of afraid of making you upset, or that you're gonna take something the wrong way, or they're just kind of like, well, it's like there's like a cognitive dissonance where like normally they're like misogynistic towards women, and then with you, you're like this little blip on their radar, and it's just so funny. I guess finally to kind of wrap up your reading, I think like because you have like a really positive demeanor or like a positive outlook, I think that also like improves the workplace. So like again, I see like the guys are like grumble, 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 stone face, like I don't like my wife, I don't like the what's available for lunch, I don't like this. And then they just kind of look over, and then there's just you, and you're not doing anything special. You've just got like your flowers in your cubicle. You got pictures of your kids. It smells really nice, or they maybe like sprayed something. You're not even doing too much. They just look over and they're like, I hope no one saw that. And then they shuffled away. They do this all the time. All the time. They check in on your cubicle because they want to see if you're there. And they get sad because they don't say anything. They just want to walk by because they're like, female attention. I don't know. Some of these guys are really depressed, I think, and deprived. But I totally get this. What about the girl group? The girl group, they think you're very nice. And they're like, they gossip. I think they like to gossip with you, or they like to gossip and like be like, I wonder what Zara's gonna do with her hair. Like nothing like mean or malicious, but I do think they like kind of talk sometimes. But like none of it's bad. Like it's usually either something funny or again gossiping about how these guys react to you. I think that's another thing too. This is so cute. Yeah, like I don't know. I think you're a great addition to the team, Zara. I really think that you apply yourself at your job. You make your bosses proud. I wanted to go into manager mode and just be like, I really appreciate the contributions that you've given to us, Zara, in the work environment, and keep being fantastic. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Okay, anyway, so Sarah, that was your reading. I hope you enjoyed it. Okay, Christine, you were up next. Okay, Chris, you are also gonna be after Christine, and then I think I saw Maria. All right, Maria, you are definitely the last one. I said that a couple times, but I definitely need to cut off after Maria. Okay, Christine, I'm gonna go ahead and find your question. Thank you so much. That helps you a lot. No problem. You need to come back and tell me about the office tea. You gotta like mess with one of the dudes that seems extra like fishy around you or extra sus, and I want you to like poke him. And like tease him a little bit and make him turn beet red in the face. I just want you to do that and tell me how it goes. May I have a general? I more so want to know about what this connection with me and Tyson is and it feels different and weird. Okay. Let's do it. I will be nice with the boys. Okay. Don't give them too hard of a time, okay? Alright, Christine, what is Tyson feeling? I don't know. I feel like I'm going to focus on how you're feeling because I feel like that's impacting your ability to read like the room with him. Okay, what's going on with Tyson? Yeah, okay, so you've got the Nine of Swords in reverse, which is all about, like, night terrors and stuff like that, and I feel like you're overcoming, like, did you used to really exaggerate relationships in your past, where you're like, oh my gosh, this guy is so head over heels for me, blah, 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 and then, like, he up and ghosted you, and you were like, and then you got, like, really heartbroken over time, and so then, like, now you're in your healing girl era, and you're kind of sitting there feeling like, okay, I'm feeling confident. Like, you're sitting there, like, being your own cheerleader, being like, I've got my single pom-pom, I'm gonna try so hard. It's like that TikTok video where it's like, do you have any kids? Any siblings? Like, the girl, like, chewing her gum on TikTok. It's so funny, but it's just like, yeah, you're just like, is this even worth my time? Seriously? Just the sassy card flip. Your thoughts are lying to you on this. Yes, he does have real intentions towards you. Your thoughts are lying to you on this. You're kind of like hyping yourself up because you're just, setting yourself up for failure. Yes, oh my gosh, yes. There you go. Tyson likes you. Okay? And then, don't think too hard. Yeah, no, these are all literally cards just reassuring you that, like, you are so worthy and deserving of love. You're diverting attention away from the great parts of this relationship. And I feel like maybe because maybe it's going like a slower pace, but it could also be maybe you're not used to a slow pace. Because again, if you've got toxic people want to push a relationship super fast. Versus this guy, he's kind of like, he seems like really chill and easygoing. Like, he like shows up to your dates and he's dressed nice and he comes over and he's like, hey, how you doing, Christine? How are you? You're looking really, really nice today. He seems very polite. And like, I feel like he doesn't want to pressure you. And so you're kind of sitting there, like in the past, you saw it as lack of interest versus he's trying to go your pacing. So specifically, you want to make sure that you communicate frequently with him, which I feel like you do, but you also don't. Like, you don't allude to the fact that you're like holding on to every little bit of information. And so literally, girl, go get a back massage, go get a body massage, whatever you got to do to start releasing this tension, because you want to make sure that you're feeling more in flow. Because here's the thing, all that anxiety is also protecting you from registering if someone's safe or not, right? And so because of that, learning to like really prioritize your feelings in your body to be like, okay, I'm working on my trauma response, which you are, you're doing the work, right? But when you create a better relationship with it, suddenly you're going to go, oh, okay, now I'm feeling safe. Okay, I feel my tummy. I feel my stomach. I feel okay. My walls aren't going back up. Okay. I never felt love before in a man. Most men treated me not right. Aww. Nah, I get you. See, alright, I'm not gonna make that joke. I was gonna make a self-depreciating joke about myself, and then I was like, nah, we're not doing that. But yeah, basically understand, like, don't lose a great thing due to your fears. Alright? And it's like, you've already cried enough. Okay? Like, you're still learning, and this guy's being patient with you. And, yeah, I definitely think, like, he's definitely sexually attracted to you. He definitely sees you as very nice. And so just learning to kind of just accept it for where it's at. Don't push it to be a long-term commitment. Don't do anything that would otherwise bring you back to an old negative headspace. Just kind of release it and move forward with confidence, okay? Because you deserve love, and you should show that confidently to the world, right? Men are looking for that confidence. Like, you gotta be like, hey, love me. I'm amazing. You know what I mean? Like, I look good. I put time and energy into this hair, this makeup, this dress and outfit, so I'm looking good. So if you don't like me looking good and feeling good in it, then I don't want you. And you were attracting dudes that would have been turned off by that energy, because guess what? When women are confident, they're not easy. So, remind yourself, when I'm happy, I'm not easy. And so it will feel different. Okay? That's why those kinds of men rely on finding girls that are struggling, I needed to hear this. Yes, he's been being very patient. Yeah, and I feel like he's just a chill, cool dude. I think he landed a good one. So like I said, don't put too much expectations or weight on it. And expect him to express his feelings, but he's also waiting on you. So here's another thing, Christine. Before you go, understand that he's waiting on your signals. And because you've been dating toxic people, they didn't care about your signals. He needs them because he's being polite to you. And so when you are ready to open up to him, you need to state how you feel. He needs that clarity, right? Because you want to make sure that you're not just mysteriously waiting for him to do all the emotional labor, right? You want to make sure that, you know, you're like, hey, you know, I just want to let you know you're really making me feel comfortable. Dude, when a guy hears that, that is like winning the lottery. Like, the number one thing, and any guy in the chat, you know, that wants to come in and agree with me, like, if a guy, you know, gets told by a woman that you make me feel safe, you make me feel comfortable and very feminine, that is like the hottest thing a girl can say to you, okay? But like, you know, don't say it if you don't mean it, but like, feeling comfortable in a man's presence is the hugest turn on for them. So making sure that you actually articulate that and tell him or show him that that's how he's making you feel, that will definitely benefit your relationship. And again, healthy guys, they wait to see a signal that it's okay to proceed. He might ask you, and you know, you want him to be forward, but because he knows you've been through things, he's also trying to give you the strength and opportunity to also stand in your power as well. Because healthy, emotionally secure men, they don't need to put women in a different box. They're comfortable in themselves. So they're like, all right, I'll hold space. You want to stand up and shine? Awesome. I'm here to support you. All right. Anyways, Christine, that was your reading. I hope you enjoyed it. Welcome to the live. Like and subscribe if you liked it. Okay. All right. So up next, we've got Chris the Fish and then Maria. And then that is it for the live stream. You cut your hair, you look so good. Oh, thank you, Angelus. Thank you. Thank you. I hope you're doing all right. Andrea came by earlier today and let us know that she got a house, which I was like, woo, good for her. You were very on point. Oh, thank you. Appreciate you. All right, Chris the Fish, if you're floating around there, go ahead and post your question in the chat. Otherwise, Maria, you are up. And then after that, I am not doing any more readings tonight. I got a new phone and about to start working soon. Ooh, okay. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. All right, Chris and Maria, if either of you were floating around up there, please post your question in the chat. Yes, after lots of praying, these 2 months were terrible. Yeah, right? I totally agree with you. That's why I was super thankful to see finally some progress coming. Oh, it's just been a slog. All right, Maria, how long do you see me at my current job? I just started this week. I'm hoping to get a better job with better pay. I don't want to be here for too long. I don't like it. Aww. All right. How long? So I will tell you in full disclosure, I'm really not a good reader for timelines and whatnot. However, I will do my best because I feel like time is non-linear and whatnot. So, yeah, let's go ahead and see. Ooh! Oh, these are all such good signs, Maria. What the heck? Oh, I see what's going on. Yeah. Okay, anyways. Happiness isn't far away. Keep dreaming. And then your truth lies in the whispers of your soul. Look around and you'll see. So, yeah, I have a feeling what's gonna happen is like you're gonna get frustrated with this job for the next few weeks. I'm seeing at least 4 weeks of you being here. However, in that time, your spirit guide team saying, "Hey, something better's coming." And I feel like there's something about you need to be a little more honest with yourself about what is the next job you want to go towards. Maybe you have like a journey that you need to go through to really get a little more honest with yourself about what you want. Um, I was so desperate for a job, I took the first offer I got. No, I don't blame you. It's rough out here. Specifically though, if you want to manifesting something good for you, you want to write it down. So make sure that you write very specific qualification or quantifications of what it is you need, what it is you're looking for, and then that will give you the information you need to take steps towards it while also allowing the universe to do its work too. Because it's kind of multi-pronged with manifesting, where it's like you have to also be open and willing to receive the information and go to the right places while also at the same time maintaining the fact that, hey, if I don't get this, then I would like to ask for something better. You know what I mean? I'm either going to receive what I need or something better, which is a great mantra to have whenever it's like trying to like deal with the disappointment of something not going your way. The truth lies in the whispers of your soul. Look around and you'll see. Yeah, I'm hearing like just keep looking for jobs. The place I moved to is a small town, and everybody here struggles to get a job, like work in the field, desperate type job, because there's no jobs. Ooh, are you trying to get like a work remote job? I'm also seeing like maybe you should be making your own money too. There's something about like if you can't work for somebody else, work for yourself. And so you do have an opportunity for that. You just got to find your niche and figure out what it is that you could be doing. So for example, we've got the hangman in reverse, which tells me, you know, they're saying like, hey, you got to look in a different perspective. That might also be hindering you. So for example, if you're going on Indeed, ZipRecruiter, all of that normal stuff, that's not how you're going to find the jobs, especially in a small town, because small town jobs, a lot of it comes from who you know. Everyone's been living there for a long time and they trust everybody's work. So if you come in, then you got to be able to say, hey, I may be new, but I'm willing to integrate with you. And that will make things 10 times easier, especially if you want to sell your own stuff. I was thinking about selling eyelashes. I've been wanting to. Yeah, go do that. Literally go do that. Because even if you're like, okay, hey, it may take a little bit of time to find another job, if you start building that business, at least getting some side hustle money and building that in there, then it's eventually going to work on it. Yeah, like my own business. Yes, I've been on Indeed. Yeah, you're not going to, I have a feeling you're not going to do well there. So again, also, there's something about insurance too. Is there like an insurance company that you can either work remote? I'm feeling like you might end up with a work remote job of some kind, or like a place that maybe you have to commute a little bit, be a little more flexible. But I'm definitely seeing like, you know, if you turn the situation around in your favor, I feel like you can really, really make this work without having to work one of those crappy jobs. Again, it's something about your truth, and you gotta get really tight with that and understand what that looks like. You know, so for example, if you're sitting there saying, okay, I will not work a job that makes me work over 40 hours. Okay, that is your truth, because you need to have a balance, especially if you are a parent, or say for example, you are trying to start another side business on top of it. Set very, very clear, specific boundaries, and then it's going to get super, super easy. Maybe check out the collective reading at the beginning of this as well. That might be helpful to you. And especially if you're trying to start your own business, you know, also consider doing online, because online too will also allow you some flexibility. So you're not just focused on the people in the small town, you are also focused with the online business as well. So play with it. Play with the energy. And again, keep dreaming. So I'm seeing like literally like making sure you sit there, like while you're at your current job, daydream, what would you rather be doing right now? Where would you rather be? And then work towards that. I had a good job that I got let go of because the lead man was harassing me, and he got me fired because I wouldn't pay attention to him. Ever since then, I've been struggling with money. Aww. Oh no, he's definitely gonna get karma for that one. I'm sorry to hear that, girl. Hey, you'll get through this. It's gonna be okay. Again, I feel like you're very resilient and hardworking, so it's not like something like that. I mean, did they slow you down? Yes. Are they gonna stop you? Nah. Nuh-uh. Right? Yeah. Just again, another recommendation too, I feel for you, Maria, just make sure that you ground your energy. If you notice yourself starting to spin, start getting desperate, start feeling your brain getting fuzzy, make sure you take the time to sit, rest, meditate on it, clear your head, all that good stuff. All right, anyways though, Maria, that was your reading. Hope you enjoyed it. All right, Chris, if you're floating around, Chris the fish, this is the last call for you to get a reading. Otherwise, I'm going to be heading off pretty soon. He even laughed at me when I got fired, like made fun of me. It's been in my head ever since then. I'm just angry that happened. Aw, dude, that's so horrible. That sounds like a very insecure person. But then again, that also sounds like a crappy work environment, because if a boss is okay with allowing something like that to happen, then that wasn't probably a good work environment for you. You know what I mean? Because it's like a lot of bosses are not stupid, especially when they see that kind of behavior. And yeah, that just sounds like that wasn't a very good work environment for you. I don't know, I say screw them. Off with their heads. The guy is married with a kid and a kid on the way. Oh yeah, that doesn't mean anything. Dude, marriage does not mean anything to a lot of these people. Like, I used to grow up thinking, oh, once everybody's married, it's over, blah, blah, blah. No, that's usually what opens up a lot of dudes. And that is, like, the most surprising thing I've learned as being an adult is the sheer amount of men and women, but primarily men, that once they get married, they're like, okay, nope, I've got my servant at home, and now I can go around and be with whoever the heck I want. Because it's all settled now. And I'm just like, that is awful on so many levels. And whatever, I mean, again, it's like, people can be like, well, that's like my right lifestyle and whatever. I'm like, well, that is not a lifestyle that I endorse or agree with. And you know, I get that life happens, but like, cheating is way, way, way too socially acceptable these days. Like, I would never do business with somebody who cheats on his wife. Like, absolutely not. It's like, if you're gonna cheat on your wife, then why should I do business with you? Because you're probably gonna cheat on me too. Like, people who cheat, it's not like they're screwing just one person. You know? Like, mm-mm. No. Well, anyway, so thank you so much for stopping by, Maria. Like and subscribe, all that good stuff. Yeah. Well, I'm feeling tired, guys. I think I'm probably gonna be wrapping up soon. Such things are just not right. Such people cannot be trusted, right? You know, like, I guess I didn't realize. Oh, thank you so much, Maria. Yeah, I guess like I didn't realize that like a lot of people view marriage as a business, and yeah, I don't know. I guess I had a very different impression of why the world works the way that it does. Because to me, I'm like, I'm not getting married to you unless it's like, that's it. You know, otherwise, I mean, like, yeah, I can be in a long term relationship with someone I'm not married to, but I'm not marrying you unless I'm really, like, committed to you, you know? And, I don't know. I guess it's just different. That's just not the way I operate. So, I don't know. I'm a lover. I believe in true love. And I'm not gonna give up on that. Because it's like if I exist and I believe in love, then there's definitely other people out there that believe it too. And I think right now as a society, we're definitely struggling with that. You know, it's becoming more and more apparent how much healing that needs to be done, especially between like men and women, you know, in terms of that stuff. But yeah, I don't know. All right. Well, if Chris didn't want a reading, doesn't seem like they're around. True love exists, but it's rare. Yeah, it definitely is. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, my parents love each other and they've stayed together their whole marriage, so it's definitely out there. I've seen it with some other people too. Like there's some couples that, you know, throughout my journey I've met and they're like the best couples ever. So, and so far going strong, so they give me hope. So, well, okay, guys. Thank you so much for stopping by, hanging out with me, all that good stuff. Like and subscribe. As I said, there's going to be a pick a card reading released next week. I do my YouTube channel live streams every Tuesdays and Thursdays, starting at 7 p.m. And yeah, thank you guys so much for all the support. See you guys next time. Take care. Bye.